Good afternoon and welcome to Woodforest Bank Stadium here in Shenandoah, Texas. I'm Jeremy McGrail. We are here with a proper playoff atmosphere, yet still in the regular season for this district championship encounter between the visiting Willis Wildcats and the home team, the Woodlands Highlanders. Willis coming into this game 8-0 overall. The Woodlands, it's 7-2 overall. This will be the final game of the regular season for the Highlanders. Meanwhile, Willis at 8-0, coming off of a bye week, so they've had a solid 2 weeks of preparation for this game. Coming into tonight, hopefully the second time is a charm, and we can get this game off here tonight, where we could not on Thursday night because of the storms. I'm joined here tonight by Sam Ulrich, one of our student broadcasters who's joined us all year and done a phenomenal job on all of the Conroe High School football broadcasts, if you've listened to those this year, and thrilled to have him with me here in the booth tonight. And just an excellent game that we've got on tap for you here today on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. The Woodlands and Willis have just been astonishingly dominant here in district play, Sam. The Woodlands outscoring their opponents 396-97 through 7 district games. Meanwhile, Willis, through a perfect 6-0 record in district, has outscored their opponents 373-88. So just an outstanding occasion for a district title to be decided here this afternoon with two very dominant football teams, wire to wire here in district. So Sam, how fired up for you to see this game, and what are you looking for today here when we get these two excellent football teams on the field?
Well, Jeremy, thank you. Well, one thing, I'm absolutely pumped up. We were actually here Thursday night, ready for the game, all pumped up, and then it got postponed. So, you know, we have that same feel, making us wait a couple more days for what is going to be the most exciting district game of the year thus far. This is essentially the district championship. You got the two battles of the undefeateds as a heavyweight matchup. You got two of the best quarterbacks in the state of Texas, DJ Lagway for Willis, heading to Florida next year, and then for the Woodlands, Mabry Mature heading to Wisconsin. And it's going to be a high-scoring football game, and I would not be surprised if last team with the ball wins this football game.
Yeah, we have excellent conditions here today, Sam, for what looks to be a high-scoring game on paper. You mentioned it with those quarterbacks, and Willis, they've rated as the #1 team defense in the district, and they haven't played a game this year, Sam, closer than 3 or 4 touchdowns. So the Woodlands is the first team they're playing that's really kind of been anywhere near their level in terms of dominance, whereas the Woodlands, they took 2 of those non-district games against North Shore and Lamar on the chin. So we'll see what factor that could play in this game, because we don't yet know how Willis is going to react in a close game. So this is a great test of their mettle, and just to see how good they really are, because sometimes you look at the schedule and you see that they haven't really played an opponent on their level. Sometimes that can mean something, but other times the team's just that good. So we're going to see here this afternoon if Willis is in fact just that good this year, led by the amazing DJ Lagway at quarterback. And as Sam alluded to, all of the viewers here on this stream are in for a treat watching these two quarterbacks. You have two guys who legitimately could be playing on Sundays within a few years. Sundays. They have that kind of potential just with their physical capabilities, between their size and their arm talent, the fact that they can make every throw on the field. You're going to see that on full display here today, as well as just an outstanding complement of unbelievable skill talent for both teams. But again, I think the supporting pieces are the ones that you watch the most in games like this, Sam, just who's going to step up around the heavy hitters. And that Willis defense, again, we're going to be looking at them closely, because they have been the top total defense in the district. They're leading the district in a lot of key stats like pressures, tackle for loss, and a lot of those key things. So that's going to be a big piece of this game. Can they get after Matoyer, rush his throws in, get him off his platform? And the same goes for the Woodlands against Lagway. Can they get him off platform and get him a little bit flustered? Coming up here in seconds, we've got game sponsor videos and commercials, and then we will be bringing teams out and have the Woodlands hype videos shortly after that. Absolutely pumped to have you with us here on the stream. We will be back momentarily.
This is Donnie Buckaloo with Buckaloo Chevrolet. After 2.5 years, I'm proud to say we have new Chevrolets in stock today and are receiving new inventory daily. At Buckaloo Chevrolet, what you see is what you get. We don't charge market adjustments or added equipment you don't want. The price you see is the price you pay, so don't pay over MSRP. On I-45 in Conroe or shop BuckalooChevrolet.com.
It's a better buy at Buckaloo.
It's not enough to be the leader in robotic-assisted procedures if we're not by your side for every step of your recovery, guiding you back to what makes you, you. Because it's not enough to replace your knee if we're not getting you to the moments that can't be replaced. Memorial Hermann, advancing health, personalizing care.
Shopping for a new or used vehicle? Or just looking for a place for good, reliable service? Go with the name you know. Gullo Ford, Gullo Mazda, and Gullo Toyota. The Gullo family has been serving the Conroe Woodlands area since 1970. So the next time you're shopping for a new or used vehicle or just need service, do yourself a favor and go see Gullo Toyota, Gullo Mazda, and Gullo Ford. Or log on anytime at GulloAuto.com. Gullo, let's drive.
What if cancer could be prevented? At Houston Methodist, we're researching a drug that blocks cancer cell regrowth, stopping aggressive breast cancer from spreading.
We're also at the forefront of researching a cancer vaccine for a future where it never develops at all.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
When the time comes, we must be ready.
When every second counts.
Act fast.
Do not give up.
Push hard. Keep pushing when it's all on the line.
Be there for each other. Be ready.
Call 911.
Be ready.
Be ready.
Be ready.
And we are back to you live from Woodforest Bank Stadium. Jeremy McGrail here with you today, just minutes away from the opening kickoff and waiting for the teams to emerge. We will have the Woodlands hype video coming up here in seconds. Then we'll come back to you for a quick minute before we line up for the national anthems. Kick this football off district championship Saturday here at Woodforest Bank Stadium. No greater occasion that we could have hoped for going into this season than a battle like this between two excellent football teams in Willis and the Woodlands, battling for a gold trophy here in 13-6A momentarily.
grind, through the blood, through the sweat, through the tears. All that stuff that you put in has come down to this moment.
I'm not here for me, I'm here for we, and together we will find a way. Inside my DNA.
And here come the Highlanders stepping out onto the field before getting into that jog. We had the smoke on Thursday night, and then the floats were pulled off the field due to the storm delay, but not the case here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. District Championship Saturday here in 13-6A. Jeremy McGrail and Sam Ulrich with you here on the broadcast. Pumped for this game. The Woodlands players coming out all touching the Stone of Destiny, running out to their hype video. They have royalty in their DNA, as the hype video says. We will see if that is the case. District champion to be crowned here in the next few hours, or however long it takes, pending an overtime situation. Sam, this is going to be a good one. Teams lining up for the national anthems, and we will come back to you here momentarily after that is done. 2 minutes away from the opening kick. And with the national anthem, we are ready to kick this thing off here. District 13-6A title on the line. Absolutely pumped. They made us wait for this one, Sam, a full 2 nights before we could finally get this in here. About 36 hours after we tried to do it the first time, and significant development in the district last night in that College Park beat New Caney at New Caney by a score of 34-27. What that means is that the game between College Park and Conroe High School next week, Sam, becomes a play-in game where the winner takes all with regard to that 4th playoff spot in the district. What do you think of that?
Well, I was pumped up as a Conroe High student. I was heavily invested in that New Caney College Park game, and so I believe you and I will be on the call for that game next week. So
yes,
that's going to be an exciting one as the captains are heading out to midfield for the coin toss. And this could be a very big coin toss here, as it kind of seems like, you know, you want to get that ball to start the second half, as you could get a 2-for-1.
Yeah, if we end up trading scores, Sam, and being in that kind of game, yeah, all these little details can influence how things go. So we'll see how it lands here.
Gentlemen, welcome to a beautiful day at Whitford Stadium. Go ahead and shake hands. My name's Ricky Pride, and I'll be your referee. The umpire, Andrew Callis. Good luck today. What's your visitors? Heads, tails. The Woodlands has won the toss. For their option of the second half. Willis will be receiving. Good luck today, guys.
So, as the official has just indicated, the Woodlands winning the toss, deferring, so the Willis will receive the opening kickoff here. So, Sam, maybe the Woodlands trying to follow your advice a little bit there, wanting to take that ball in the second half instead of starting with it.
Yeah, so we'll see how this Woodlands defense responds early. It's been a little shaky throughout the season for this Woodlands defense, giving up 42 points to a New Caney team who, you know, has struggled throughout the year. So just going to see how they play today. Obviously, Woodlands team's always very well coached, and a big thing I'm going to be looking for is the turnover battle. This is a Woodlands team who has not thrown an interception all year, has only coughed up and given up 2 fumbles, compared to this Willis team who has double-digit turnovers on the season. It's going to be one of my big keys to this game is who's going to win the turnover battle.
Yep, huge key. And Willis having the #1 rated team defense in the district. Huge test for them tonight, as it is for the Woodlands on the other side. We mentioned pregame, the Woodlands took 2 on the chin in non-district against both North Shore and Houston Lamar. So this game here today against Willis is a chance for them to show what they've learned since those early days of the regular season and show kind of where they sit going into the playoffs, because the Woodlands will not play next week. They have a bye week going into the state playoffs, so this is their last regular season action here right now. For all the marbles here in 13-6A, Scott Starzyk, take us away. And he does, per his normal custom of just putting his foot right through that football out of the back of the end zone. So Willis and DJ Lagway in that explosive offense will start on their own 25-yard line. Yeah, Willis watching them warm up pregame and knowing their talent, looking at the district stats in terms of receiving, Sam, all kinds of talent at the receiving position and at the running back spot too. Just no real weakness you see anywhere in the skill spots for this team. And it looks like they're going to go 5 wide, empty backfield for Lagway here to start. 1st and 10, 13-6A district championship. Here we go. Lagway, quick bubble screen, out to the right side, complete. Going to pick up a few yards. That's number 9, Amari Holmes, a senior on the catch. Late flag coming in on the sideline. Little chippiness perhaps early on here in this encounter, Sam.
Yeah, definitely. That was something we saw early on Thursday when we were here for the practice.
Yeah, the pregame.
And so this is definitely that. I mean, biggest game of the year, district championship. There's a lot on the line, a lot of motion for these players, and it's going to cost Willis early. And we're going to see which team makes the least amount of mental, emotional mistakes.
Yep.
And that's an early one for Willis. Really big on the first drive.
Yeah, and that's a key factor to detail early in a game like this. Is discipline is extremely important when you've got emotions all keyed up and people just fired up and ready to go. You have to channel it in the right way. Willis not doing so there to start. They're going to stay in the empty backfield with Lagway. Willis, led by head coach Trent Miller, beat the Woodlands 2 years ago here in this stadium in By District with the Spring High School Lions. Now coming here with Willis, pressure on Lagway, and down he goes in the backfield. Multiple Highlanders in on the sack. Like number 93, Jack Miller, the senior, was one of those involved, as was number 5, Caden Clayton, I believe.
Yeah, and that's something the Woodlands defense is looking to do early. Send pressure. Get DJ Lagway uncomfortable. You know, he's a great improviser, and when you allow him the time to escape the pocket, that's when those big plays emerge. And that's what the Woodlands defense is going to limit today.
Yeah, against high-level quarterbacks like this, you have to find a way to impact the backfield and get the passer off of his platform somehow, make them uncomfortable. Easier said than done. In the Lagway back empty set. Again, pressure. He's wrapped up, escapes to the right, finds a man wide open. What a play by Lagway, complete, and that is number 7, Jermaine Bishop Jr., a sophomore.
Yeah, Bishop's the key sophomore to this team, top 2 in the district in total purpose yards for non-quarterbacks, and a big-time defensive stand for this Woodlands defense. Making a statement early, pumping up the crowd.
Yep. Highlanders coming off the field, getting the home side worked into a frenzy. Despite the magic from Lagway there, punt yardage, but he was in some serious trouble there around the goal line, and that's what quarterbacks with his kind of size can do. They can shut off that contact, so Willis doing well there just to get out to the original line of scrimmage. Punt is away. It's a short one hanging up in the air around midfield. Cleanly fielded, fair caught by Quanell Farrakhan, junior receiver for the Highlanders. So great field position here for Mabry Matoyer and this Highlanders offense on their own 45. So starting this game in what we call the go zone, meaning anything in the playbook goes at this spot on the field. Actually, ball will be on their own 46. Like the Woodlands going to come out 4 wide here, 3-by-1 shotgun set. Aiden Self in the backfield with Matoyer. Junior Keandre Baker also suited out here today for the first time all year for the Woodlands, number 30. Look for him. Self first carry. Left side, he's going to try and plow ahead, gets stacked up. And flags again coming in on the first play from the Woodlands. So,
yeah, this is going to – whistles were blowing early, and there was a lot of extracurriculars after the play.
So Willis maybe a little too keyed up to start
this one.
Sam, getting 2 flags going against him early that are big penalties, especially this one.
Yeah, this is just some easy mistakes that are fixable, and, you know, costly penalty on offense, another costly penalty on defense on the first 2 drives of this game. You're hurting yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't give this Woodlands offense that kind of charity. So tight formation here for Matoyer. Movement. Free snap here should be for the Highlanders. Matoyer is looking deep.
They're going to blow it dead.
Now they're just going to call it dead. Guess we'll see whose fault this actually was here. Looked to be Willis jumping. And Willis bringing a nice contingent for the 20-minute ride roughly down I-45 here to Wood Forest Bank Stadium. Offsides. So again, Woodlands picking up more free yardage. They'll take that all afternoon here. Going down to the 32-yard line of Willis.
Already have 35 yards and penalties for Willis.
Yep, they're going to stay in this tight formation here, bunched 4 receivers. Fly sweep left side. Farrakhan Jr. hits the seam and then gets hit hard at the end of that run, but picks up a first down. The hit was applied there by number 9, Amari Holmes, going both ways, as a couple of these guys do for Willis.
Yeah, Willis has some very talented players that they incorporate in both offense and defense, as we see there, Amari Holmes.
Hard hit, but the chains move. First down, and the Woodlands down to the 21. They're going to stay in that tight formation. Again, 4 receivers, 2 to each side. Matoyer back to pass this time. Looking deep for the corner of the end zone. Throws underneath. Caught and advanced inside the 5. That is Patrick Rabel, one of his favorite targets.
Yeah,
senior receiver.
This tight formation Woodlands is running out of really allows the out routes to have such a success as the safeties, DBs playing closer, you know, to the line of scrimmage and the O-line, and which allows quick out routes just like that to get open and hit the edge and knock it on the doors of the Woodlands.
Yeah, and you test the chemistry of the defense in terms of their ability to to position. So 3 receivers set here. Matoya's going to take it. QB keeper makes a move inside. Touchdown, the Woodlands. The Highlanders have the first points of the evening. No problem punching that one in, aided by some penalty yardage, and they make it look easy from there. Matoya walking it in. The Woodlands 6, Willis nothing, pending this PAT by Scott Starzyk. So the Woodlands accomplishing their objective by deferring that opening toss, stopping Willis on their opening possession, then going right down the field, punching it in for a TD. Here's Starzyk. Boots it true. Extending lead 7-0. We have 9 minutes and 58 seconds left here in the first quarter. Just the way the Woodlands would have wanted to start. But again, with the firepower we're dealing with here, Sam, very early days here in this game. So got a long way to go. Positive start. And something we're going to continue to note in this game is that discipline aspect we've been talking
definitely.
about.
When you see 3 penalties for Willis this far, and just 2 minutes into this game with the Woodlands committing none, it's going to be a big thing. But, you know, Willis hasn't been tested all year, and we see that this is going to be the first test so far. Already down 7-0, 2 minutes into this game, and already having to have punts, which is a very rare instance for them, punting the football. They're not used to facing adversity as of this season.
Yep, and you're always going to get it to some degree over the course of a long football season, either in the regular season or the state playoffs, so you might as well encounter a little bit of it here today and see how you respond. So that is the challenge for Trent Miller and his Wildcats early in this game. Miller, graduate of Oak Ridge High School, again, came into this building 2 years ago with Spring High School and beat the Woodlands easily with Spring High School. I was on that call with Jackson Cochran when that happened back in the 2021 season. Miller now, of course, moving to Willis as of last year in his second season with this program and sitting at 8-0. DJ Lagway, 3-year starter, just like Matoya is on the other side of the ball. And we mentioned pregame how that College Park result last night, that win over New Caney, makes that College Park versus Conroe a play-in game for the last playoff spot in the district. And likewise, Willis versus Oak Ridge next week is now a battle for playoff seeding in Division II. Lagway, empty backfield. 1st and 10, back to pass. Looking left, flushed right. Again, he's under pressure every snap, just gains a yard before he gets out of bounds. The Woodlands managing to beat the Wildcat offensive line early in this game, so going to be interesting to see if Willis eventually gets out of this empty set and maybe gives that front 5 blocking a little help, but for now they're going to stay in empty. And a curious note, when I saw Spring come into this building 2 years ago, like I just mentioned, they stayed in 5 wide pretty much the whole game, just like this. Lagway keeping up the middle for just a couple of yards. That got to the point where Jackson and I were even joking about it. We stopped calling out the formation because they were going empty every snap.
Yeah, but when you run that empty formation, there's always that threat of a big play brewing.
Yeah, exactly. You better be winning those one-on-one battles up front if you're going to come out in this set as an offense. Lagway getting rid of it. Quick out. Going to have the first down. He's taken what he's given underneath there. Quick release throw.
And it seems like this Willis offense is really, calmed down. Haven't seen any penalties this drive. Just, moving the chains. Lagway looked very calm there.
Yeah, the Woodlands showing plenty of respect to these receivers, giving them a healthy cushion, trying to keep them in front. Post route attempt by Lagway going to fall incomplete, however.
There is a flag.
Flag in the backfield. Let's see if there's a potential hold kind of thrown in that area. Again, just more indicative, Sam, that the Woodlands is winning these early battles up front. They're having to hold.
Yeah, and they're only sending 4 in this 5-wide scheme, and it's been working really good so far. They did show pressure on that last play, but linebacker dropped back into coverage.
Yep, just bringing that front four pressure, 4 against 5. But they're winning. Lagway back to pass once again. Going to be rolling left, little half roll. Nowhere to go downfield, so he dumps it underneath. It is caught on the sideline. It's number 11, Jalen Mickens, a junior receiver for the Cats. Going to move it past the original line of scrimmage and bring up 2nd and 8. So back in a manageable down and distance again for Willis and Lagway. Quick snap, bubble screen. Complete out to Hampton. He's going to make an inside move there and bring it to a 3rd and 2. Hampton, one of the favorite targets of Lagway and key big playmakers in this receiving core that's full of them.
Yeah, and this 5 wide, especially on 3rd and short, could see a quarterback draw up the middle here.
Yeah, good call.
Oh,
Quick throw out movement, top side. Let's see whose fault that is. Offsides.
Wow.
So first down, Willis.
First miscue we've seen from the Woodlands in this game.
Yeah, and I'm very big on managing momentum, especially early in big games like this. You don't want to fall into that 2 or 3 score hole potentially, so this is a huge drive, to say the least, for Willis to make sure they answer. Bubble screen, Hampton again. Left side, they're all over it. Going to stop him for about a yard. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Woodlands, that's exactly their objective. To keep piling on as much as they can. They know what they're up against, having studied the film. They know that in a game like this, you can't let off the gas at all. Lagway pumping, looking to a tough throw over the middle. Hits the ground, though, incomplete. Just looking to throw kind of a deep-looking out type of route.
There was a jump pass there.
Yeah.
He can throw at any arm angle, moving either way. It's very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive skill set. But, again, those little things are indicative of the D-line and the pressure from the defense getting in your face a little bit, because it's an off-platform throw. 3rd and 8. Motion across the formation. Looking deep, but throw not on the same page. Going to be picked off by the Woodlands. Lagway and receiver on totally different pages there. Quanell Farrakhan Jr. picking that off, going both ways. Doing an excellent job there in coverage. That throw just floated on Lagway.
I'm not sure if it seemed like it was tipped. I don't know. No, it might have just been a bad ball, and that's one of the keys early is the turnovers. DJ Lagway, when I went up and watched the Conroe-Willis game, he had an interception to Conroe, and it's just sometimes, the decision-making is a little questionable. It was in the red zone, and I questioned who is he throwing it to. So sometimes, I know you're trying to make that big play, but sometimes you just got to, either throw it away or try to make something happen with your legs.
Yep, wanted a big play there, and just on different pages. Chemistry not quite there, looking slightly rattled to start. Some movement. That's going to be a false start on the Woodlands. Just didn't get a clean takeoff on that one. Ball was going to Aiden Self there, as you see, on the handoff. Self doing a great job at the running back position all year for the Woodlands. They'll rotate in a couple of other players into the backfield, like a Jackson Bolander. They'll hand the ball off to Farrakhan Jr. as well, but Self has been the one to kind of carry the water. Joseph Canola will come in. Quick throw, left side complete.
Ball's out.
Ball out on the turf. Willis has it.
And what a play.
Turnover for turnover. It is a Wildcat ball.
And that is perfection of the tackle. As helmet hits the football, jars the ball loose. And something we really don't see from this Woodlands offense is a turnover. Just the 3rd of the year.
Yeah, so here's another theme that usually pops up in big games like this. We call it sudden change in football, where you have these turnovers and where momentum makes those abrupt shifts. So that's the mode we are in right now in this game, trying to see which way we end up landing on the scale here. So Lagway and the Willis offense Huge opportunity here to make amends for their turnover a second ago on the interception. Going to have a running back for the first time here, 4 wide in Woodlands territory. Handoff up the gut, going to be stopped. Again, the D-line for the Woodlands is just dominating this football game in the early going. That's the only way you can say it. Number 93, Jack Miller, senior leader, in on that tackle. 4 wide set again here on 2nd and 9. Lagway back pass looking deep. Going to take his check down to the left, complete in space. That's where the speed's dangerous. Jermaine Bishop Jr., the sophomore playmaker.
It was a great play call there. I believe it was a design screen, but Lagway scans right of the field to get that defense looking that way, and then he just turns quick back left, swings off to Bishop, where he was able to get a lot of yards after the catch there. So great play call by Willis.
Yeah, that's a good example of not forcing the ball downfield and taking what's available with that check down. Lagway rolling right away from pressure. Flag comes in. Could be another hold thrown in that area. Yep, quick hold call. Again, Willis just getting killed by these penalties here in the first quarter. Had a nice crowd on both sides file in here for the Saturday afternoon game. Had about the same size looking crowd on Thursday night.
Yeah, those Willis fans travel very well.
Yep, and they are very excited about this Wildcat team, and for good reason given how well they played this year. Lagway getting the snap, looking over the middle. Tough catch by the receiver, but holds on. Wow, Bishop flexing a little bit after getting up from that, and why not? Those are the catches you try and simulate and practice with the pads, but yeah, no substitute for taking that kind of hit after the catch in a game. And the sophomore showing that he is familiar with the weight room, holding on to that ball.
Yeah, Woodland sent 5 there, so Lagway sees that, trying to get the ball out quick, and does so there.
Quick flare left side again, getting that speed in space up the sideline, first down and more. And this is more like it from the Willis offense.
Flag.
Yep,
so might be some more yards there.
Yeah, it could be half the distance situation coming up. Yep, it is that half the distance mark off that we were just talking about. Going to take the ball down to exactly the 10-yard line. Golden opportunity here for Willis that they have to convert in a touchdown. 5:27 to go in our first quarter. Again, we thank all of you for joining us on the live stream, Conner ISD Sports on YouTube. Handoff to the back, trying the left side again. Flag coming down as the runner DeLeon Robinson, the junior, fights for yardage impressively, but what's the flag? Laundry just flying around out there so far. Holding.
71 offense, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
Sam, this is definitely being officiated like a playoff game.
Injury timeout.
We'll have a brief cut away so a Highlander player can receive some attention on the field. Hot start to this game. Poised nicely at 7-0 to the Woodlands on the scoreboard, Sam. And again, we expect this to be a 4-quarter game, but these early stages are always interesting to watch just to see if one team captures all of the momentum or if we're just kind of locked into a seesaw battle from the get-go. So, yeah, Willis desperately needing to punch this in, but not helped at all by that holding penalty.
5:20 left to go in the first quarter here. I believe we apologize. We're having some technical difficulties, and we do not have the time on the live stream. So we'll keep you updated with that. But currently 5:20 left to go in the first quarter as Willis was just in the red zone but pushed back due to that holding penalty. So,
yep, pushed back to the 20. And the first down line to gain is at the 1, so not quite goal situation yet. Sweep left side Lagway. He has space. Turning up the left side, still going inside the 10. Down 2. Let's see where they mark him. Going to come down around the 7-yard line potentially. And that will be the yard. So again, Willis can gain a first down here without scoring.
Be very, very difficult.
Yeah, very difficult, but here is Lagway, 4 wide running back next to him. In a quick throw, bubble screen, that is Bishop, but he is taken down for a big loss. That's going to be all the way back to the 12-yard line, so outstanding defense from the Highlanders. And as Sam mentioned, we will keep you posted on the clock. We are at 4:40 and counting in the first quarter tonight. Or this afternoon, rather. Still trying to adjust to the Saturday afternoon. Willis going to stay in that 4 wide set, trips to the top side away from Lagway's left. Lagway flushed right, has to try and jump pass to his running back under heavy pressure, incomplete. Seen a lot of those jump passes, Sam.
Yeah, we have. And it looks like this Willis team, as of right now, offense is staying out there.
Yep, 4th and 12 to go. 4:13 on the clock. Clock is stopped, of course, after that incompletion.
It's a very aggressive play call early for Coach Miller.
Yep. Back to the empty set. Motion across the backfield. Movement. And more laundry. Officials are going to have sore arms tonight. Ball start on the offense. Going to need ice at halftime.
And that's going to change their play call here as the field goal unit trotting out.
Yeah, and that's a big win for the Woodlands as far as I'm concerned with how deep Willis was able to penetrate just there. To get out of this with potentially only 3 points allowed, big win for the Woodlands. Let's see if Willis can even get that here. On for the field goal kick, Justin Willis. Great last name. Kick is up. And hits the bar, but stays good. Ball bounces back into the field of play, but manages to, that was physically impossible what just happened there, Sam. It nailed one of the uprights, but was somehow good despite that.
Oh, there is a flag, though. Oh, they're picking it up.
Flag waved off. I think it's just habit at this point.
Yeah, they
That's like default.
We've seen a flag on every play, but that's in a very big matchup. Referees want to.
Yep, and they confirm the field goal is good, so our score is the Woodlands 7, Willis 3 with 4 minutes, 9 seconds to go in the first quarter. So in 13-6A, your guaranteed playoff teams as of right now are the Woodlands, Willis, and Oak Ridge. And then 4th place is officially a playoff battle between College Park and Conroe High School next week, so tune in for that one. We're going to be streaming that, of course, and it's going to be Sam and I right back here on this broadcast with you. Encourage all of you watching on our live stream at Conroe ISD Sports on YouTube. Hit that bell to subscribe to the channels for both Woodforest Bank Stadium and Moorhead. And like all of these videos and help promote what the Conroe ISD student athletes are doing. These excellent broadcasts we're able to bring you each week. We hope you all appreciate the coverage and this excellent ability that Conroe ISD has given us, this platform to highlight what these student athletes are doing, as well as bands, drill teams, and cheerleaders at halftime, and their great performances. Of course, invite you to stick around for halftime, absolutely, when we get there.
Looks like we got the time back on the live stream, so that is
good.
Good sign.
Yep, so hopefully everyone can now follow along with this on the time, but just to be safe, I'll continue to reference that in case we should lose it again, just to stay on top of it for you. Too big of a game to let that slip. Willis showing a onside type alignment here, and that's what they're gonna now pooch it. Going to be caught and returned by the Woodlands, fielded, trying to make a play.
Ball's loose.
Shane Walker, ball is loose. Willis showing that they've got it. Let's see what the signal is, pointing to Willis.
And
Early
they
signal,
have it.
They have it. Wildcats again, so 2 turnovers going against the Woodlands here in quick succession. And then a flag dropped by where Willis is huddling for some reason. I can't tell you why, but we'll find out here in a second.
Might be some sort of sideline infraction, but back-to-back turnovers for this Woodlands team is very, very unusual.
And an unsportsmanlike on the Willis somehow after securing a turnover. Kind of at a loss for words on the penalties at this point, Sam.
Penalties and turnovers. It's been the theme of this game.
Yeah, it's like the holds, false starts, and pass interferences have good explanations, but when you secure a turnover and then have an unsportsmanlike somehow after that, I don't know what to explain to the audience for something like that other than a flag was thrown. And so Willis will be backed up to exactly midfield after that. 4:02 on our first quarter clock after that mark-off.
Yeah, and so the Woodlands had lost 2 fumbles the whole year, and they have lost 2 fumbles in the first quarter tonight.
Yep, back-to-back, and Willis with their own turnover on that interception of Lagway by Juan Alfaricon Jr. So Lagway getting another shot here, and the Woodlands defense, you don't want to give this guy too many looks at you, but that's exactly what's happening here. 4 wide. Flare out to the running back. Pressure ball is out, but it's going to go out of bounds, fortunately for Willis. Again, Highlanders all over that flare. Lagway so far having to check everything down. Typically, this is an offense that likes to take the deep shots, and that's how they make their living is big plays. So we're seeing some of the impact here where the Woodlands defense is making them work. And so far, not going particularly well for Willis, but they are getting several looks at this Highlanders defense to try and find a solution here. Lagway looking deep, rolling left. Again, pressure forcing him out on the run. Going to step out of bounds after a few yards. That's going to bring up 3rd down and about a 7-yard situation, it looks like. Yep, 3rd and 7. 3:43 to go in the first quarter. So Willis stayed in 4 wide. The trips set away to Lagway's right. Motion into the backfield now. Showing the read kept by Lagway. Under heavy pressure, ball is out, but it's going to be recovered by the Woodlands. We expected to see this with the rain falling on Thursday night.
I was about to mention that. Maybe they think it's still Thursday and it's pouring down rain, but that's...
Yeah. In fairness, there is some pretty bodacious southeast Texas humidity out there today ahead of this front that's about to move through tomorrow.
I'm not sure if Lagway, if that ball was punched out or he was trying to kind of toss it to his guy there trying to make a play, but fortunate Willis is able to get back on that ball, and they're going to go for it here.
Yep, Willis at the point where they're going to play some Madden here and go for it on 4th and 10. 5 wide. Lagway looking deep. Under heavy pressure. Hit. Helmet ejected. Tackled down. That is Caleb Phillips. Hopefully Lagway is okay. Teammates helping him up, but wow. Helmet straight into the air.
Yeah, and that's that blind side. Lagway was looking to turn left as right as he did. There was a Woodlands defender that met him there, and
Lagway moving off under his own power. Great sign there. Helmet back on his head.
Huge momentum swing.
A little slow to jog off.
In favor of the Woodlands there.
So again, this game finally poised here, Sam, at 7-3, and it's not wanting to swing one way or the other right now with these switches in momentum with these turnovers.
And this is exactly the game, momentum and energy-wise, we've been picturing.
Matoyer going to keep it now. First play, left side has room, going to have first down easily. Going to hit the deck there around the 31-yard line. First down, Highlanders. Came out in a 4-wide set there to start. Ian Willis being very aggressive in coverage with the Highlander receivers there, but run called. Neither team able to hit that big play down the field as of yet. They're both looking for it. Willis has some talented D1 bound players in their secondary. Underneath throw, looking for Farrakhan Jr. is Matoyer, but it's going to be broken up well by the Wildcat defense. Bring up 2nd and 10. 2:32 on the first quarter clock. Penalty flags flying so far. The ball bouncing every which way out there on the turf. How is this one going to go? Handoff Self, trying the right side, has a little bit of space. Good physical run. Again, some headgear falls off after about a 5-yard pickup. Good tough run by Self. Runs with a great lean to his body. Looks like he's been playing a running back all his life, even though technically he came into this year
listed as
listed as a receiver, played receiver last year.
Yeah, I saw a lot of him in the Woodlands Conroe game where he had an abundance of yards, and so he has the ability to break one free.
Yep, great open field speed. Again, Matoyer, quarterback power. Gets close to the first down. It's going to depend on the spot. Looks to have it. They are saying move the chains. First down, Highlanders. Clock is moving, but Woodlands looking to their sideline for the play is Matoyer. Signaling to the offensive line now. Got 4-wide set, 2x2. Willis showing some mugging coverage, playing very close to the receivers. Handoff chopped down by the pressure that the Woodlands brought, or that Willis brought, rather, with their defensive front.
Box was definitely stacked there.
That was Jackson Bolander on that handoff, and we referenced that stat earlier, but Willis, again, #1 total defense in this district coming into this game. Lead the district in those pressure stats like sacks and tackles for loss, and you're seeing some of that ability there, just coming after the backfield with everything. Matoyer looking to draw. That was a design quarterback draw. He was only looking downfield for maybe a split second. Nothing gained. There's the Willis defensive line starting to flex their muscles a bit against what's a very good Highlanders offensive line.
But definitely in field goal range.
Yeah, Starzik, huge leg, as we've referenced in his 2 years out here kicking so far. He's just a junior, so he's coming back, but one of the bigger legs I've ever seen on a high school kicker, so well within his range. Tight bunch trips set for the Highlanders on this 3rd and 13. Matoyer looking corner out, pulls it down. Now he's just trying to find an open receiver. Does. He hits Patrick Rebel there on the far sideline, back to his left, away from where he wanted to throw it, down to the 14, short of the first down. Let's see if Starzik does come out. Again, plenty of leg for this kick.
Yep.
He wants it. He's on the field. He's like, Coach. But now he's there.
Into the first.
Into the first quarter.
And it looks like the clock on the live stream isn't up right now, so we'll.
Yep, first quarter has ended, so we're going to flip ends of the field while the Woodlands coaching staff makes that decision definitively whether or not they want to kick this field goal with Starzik or try for TDs here today. An excellent first quarter of action in terms of just the intrigue. Maybe not the highest quality football these teams have played all year with penalties and turnovers abound, but the drama factor is spiking here.
It definitely is. You can feel the intensity, the emotion in this game. Sidelines definitely into it. Crowds are into it. Might be the most attended game I've seen so far this season here at the bank.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking pretty full on both sides. Just a great occasion. Gives it the real state playoffs feel when you get to a Saturday afternoon kickoff. This is typically reserved for your kind of third round and on games in the playoffs. So
yeah, I believe another big game happening Saturday today was the Duncanville DeSoto game. So it got postponed. So it's a big day for high school football.
Yeah, and that's a massive encounter, of course, up there in the DFW area there in southwest Dallas between those two neighboring communities. Duncanville Panthers fielding one of the best high school defenses of all time, and that's relevant to our live audience watching this game, as they are very familiar from last year, having faced Duncanville in the third round. Did the Woodlands there exist that real possibility again this year if the Woodlands can pick up a couple of the first and second round victories again this year? But only focus here today is on Willis.
It looks like they're going for it.
They're going to go for it. Split back gun. Now, Willis going to call a timeout and talk about it, Sam.
Yeah, it looked like Woodlands might have been going – could be possibly going out there, try to draw them off sides. You know, if you get the offsides, you pick up the first down, so that's always in play. And that's what Coach Miller's probably talking with his team right now for Willis is, you know, don't jump off sides, don't give him any free yards. You know, we've already done that enough today.
Yeah, Pap to play with clear minds in games this big and don't have any of those unforced errors that give your opponents opportunities to strike. You know, that's going to be a topic of conversation in both locker rooms at halftime as they try and settle things down now that you get those kind of early game nerves hopefully out of the way. But got 12 minutes to go here in the second quarter before we get to that point. Trip Miller, head coach for Willis, just doing an outstanding job in his second season with this program. I was a bit surprised when he made the move up I-45 from Spring High School to take this job, but I've read a lot of articles where he's given some great quotes about why it is he took this Willis job, and just seeing the potential in the community, being that one-horse town that's hard to find these days, particularly at the 6A level with all the school building we have, especially in the greater Houston area. It's like the rate of building is just insanity. It's like you have relief campuses being built within 5 to 6 years of a high school opening, which I still can't wrap my head around, but that's the place that the greater Houston area has been for about 20 years now, since the boom started around the year 2000. So here we go, fourth down, empty backfield shift for Matoyer. Looking to pass over the middle, overthrows the intended receiver on different pages. Some hands extended looking towards the sideline, like that's not quite what we had drawn up to do here. So great stop, and again, for Willis, a huge win. We mentioned it a moment ago, Sam, when the Woodlands held Willis to that field goal, how big of a win it was for them, and equally, if not even more of a huge win for Willis because they keep any points off the scoreboard. A little bit surprised there that Starzik didn't come on and just boot through the three.
Yeah, it's basically Starzik is automatic as you can get from that short of a distance in the district. And, you know, in this big of a game, it kind of feels like so far points are hard to come by. So anytime you can kind of get three, it feels like you kind of want to take it.
Yeah, this has turned very cagey on us here. See if that continues or if the floodgates open eventually with these offenses as Lagway looking to the flat, but again, it is complete, but the Woodlands all over the catch. Will it advance the ball just a few yards?
Yeah, the receiver turned his head and saw the ball was right there, so he had to make a play on it. But Woodlands, early in this game, is having heavy pressure trying to get Lagway uncomfortable.
Yep, doing a great job with their defensive line, impacting the backfield, and then the secondary showing proper respect to the speed of Willis and doing a good job coming up and making tackles, keeping the action in front of them. Lagway straight up the gut. Here he goes in all kinds of space. 50, 40, 35, 30. He's going all the way. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. DJ Lagway, 5-star prospect. That is why he's going to the University of Florida. That's why he has the reputation he does.
That's
just like that. Lightning strike.
Over an 80-yard touchdown run there, and was finally able to get some blocking. And once he hit that second level, even at his, big size, he's got the speed.
Yeah, he is a tremendous athlete, standing at least 6'3", over 200 pounds. Very good head on his shoulders, and smartly just saw the lane open, wide open there. And when you're playing against athletic teams, that's all it takes is just kind of one little lapse in positioning on defense. Lack of recognition, that's all players like that need, just a little crack, and they take full advantage. But so far in this game, the Woodlands defense, and I was about to comment on it before that play, they've really done a good job of keeping Willis under wraps so far in this game, particularly guarding those skill positions so far, because when I watched and covered the Woodlands earlier this year, Sam, one of the big things I noticed in that game against North Shore is that the downfield coverage just wasn't quite there for the Highlanders at that early point of the season. Obviously, North Shore, one of the very best offenses in the state of Texas, and a heck of a way to try and open the season. But they saw the weak areas kind of exposed in that game, got to look at what they needed to fix. And so far, coverage-wise, everything they're doing is working here this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely.
And Lagway having to get it done with his legs there and try and offset some of that pressure, Sam, that you've been referencing here throughout the first half.
Yeah, and that's what makes this Willis team such a dangerous team, is the big play ability that you get from Lagway, Bishop, Holmes, Hampton. And I think that is Lagway's longest run of the year, as his previous long was 57.
So 11-13 on the second quarter clock. The Willis leading at 10-7 over the Woodlands. Getting lined up for a pooch kick is Willis. Now they're going to try and mix it up a little bit. Ball does hit the turf. Got to be fielded here. Is fielded after a little bit of a bobble into the open space. Left side still going. That is number 17, Bryce Cooper, on that carry all the way out to the 38. Great return for the Woodlands. Going to have to cut away briefly. Willis player down behind that return. Hopefully that gentleman is okay. We'll cut away briefly while he receives some attention. No flags thrown, so it's going to be good field position for the Woodlands once play resumes for Migby and this offense. Excellent game shaping up on the scoreboard here. Again, that 10-7 lead for Willis, 11:04 on the second quarter clock following that return. Well done by Bryce Cooper, the senior receiver for the Highlanders.
Yeah, I believe it was Cannon Roach on the tackle, who was also number 17. So,
yep,
17 on 17.
Yeah, there we go. Like how we just did that.
Yeah, we're in sync today.
Yeah, nice. On it for the district championship.
Yeah,
we love it.
Perfect atmosphere. It's beautiful weather out there. I believe when I checked, it was around lower 80s.
Yep, it's muggy, but yeah, obviously excellent conditions.
86. So
wind doesn't appear to be much of a factor. Just looking at the flags blowing in the north end zone, those flags are kind of blowing out a little bit to the north.
Yeah, but you got some buildings that cover both of the end zones, so.
Yep, there's a Willis player being helped off of the field. Hopefully he is okay. Great work by the trainers there for Willis making that happen, helping him off the field. Don't want to see anybody get injured out here, and that's always one of the things you hope for going into these games. No injuries. But nevertheless, in a sport like this, unavoidable. Guys out there giving their all, especially in a game like this with so much on the line. We've got a gold football to play for. First chance all year to play for a trophy. We've had the dress rehearsals, gotten those out of the way in non-district. Played the district games to kind of get in this position. And again, for the Woodlands, this is their final regular season game, sitting at 7-2 overall with the losses to North Shore and Houston Lamar in non-district. Undefeated so far in district at 7-0. looking to extend that to 8-2 and take some momentum into the playoffs. So here we go, tight set, 4 wide, fly sweep across the formation. In space, the right side has room before he is corralled and wrestled down. Jackson Bolander.
Flag at the 35.
Flag in the area of a hold there, Sam.
Yeah, it could be coming back.
It is.
It is. Mm-hmm.
Yep, Bolander able to turn the corner, but it looks like he had some illegal help.
Yeah, that's the first hole of the day from the Woodlands.
10:57 on the clock after that. So not what you want on the first play of a drive, to have a big penalty back you up and put you in that 1st and 20. And I'm struck by the similarities between both of these teams in terms of what they want to do on offense.
Mm-hmm.
Both very much oriented towards the explosive play.
But in a game like this, you gotta
be
take
able
what
to
you
grind.
Get.
Yeah, exactly. 2x2 shotgun, Matoyer. Looking over the middle, Shane Walker complete, has the catch. He's been a big player for the Woodlands all year, going to be close to a first down, no flags down. Feel like we have to point that out now. 2 yards to go.
Yeah, and here on this 2nd and short, this is kind of prime opportunity to take a deep shot here, as you feel like you can pick up 2 yards on 3rd and 2 if it comes to that.
Yep, that is a good reference. Flag comes in far side.
Flag.
Could be a DB just kind of put his hands on the receiver there, so we'll see if this is, going to be offsides. Yep, so he was not drawn. It was just, illegal contact against the offensive player by the defense. So free first down there, Sam. The Woodlands will take that.
Yeah, every day. Anytime you can get those chains moving, we'll gladly take it all day.
Yep, not sure if the clock is working on the stream again. It appears like it might be, but we're moving under 10 minutes to go in the 2nd quarter. If not, motion across the formation. Now back across, Bolander. Showing power run here. Self, nifty moves into the backfield. Hits the seam up the right sideline.
There's going to be a hold.
Great finish to that run. Excellent run by Self, but it could be coming back.
Yeah.
Yep, you're all over that, Sam.
Saw that one, and I was waiting just for the referee to throw the flag. As we've seen a lot of laundry today.
Yep, quite a bit. A lot of stoppages on the clock as a result of all the penalties. And again, back him up 10 yards. It was an excellent run by Self, though, and he really finished that run well. Just trucked the Willis defender at the end of that.
And we do have the time back on the live stream. So,
yep, 9:40 clock is moving.
1st and 20.
Yep, 1st and 20 once again, right back where we started on this drive after that initial penalty. So Matoyer, see if they look for another pass over the middle here. Pressure applied, screen on. Again, flag coming in, going to be another hold. So Self going to negate that gain. Both defensive lines having a real impact.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, offensive face mask, the rare call there, Sam.
Yeah, that's something you don't see very often. But that's going to make even longer to first down.
Yeah, and the Woodlands, say at least, moving in the wrong direction, working their way towards Willis because they're trying to move from north to south. However, they're moving more north than south on this drive. So now it's going to be 1st down and 35. So 1st down in Spring. Matoyer back to pass, looking deep, nobody home. Got to check it down to Walker, makes the first man miss, turns it up the field. He's so good in the open field. Here goes Walker out over the 45 to the 46. Excellent job, and again, been one of the best players for the Highlanders all year at that receiver position.
Yeah, and able to make that first man miss, which was huge, especially since it was 1st and 35, and able to make it still 2nd and long, but wouldn't have been, I would say they're in a very good spot.
So 5 wide here, Matoyer initially, Self in the slot. Quarterback drawn, but a flag came in. We'll see if that's going to be an offsides on the defense. Matoyer
hurdles. That's
trying to take some flight there.
That's the triangle button in the Madden. Getting up there.
Yep, hit the triangle.
Ooh.
not always what the coaches want to see
Air
their
time,
quarterback
no,
doing.
it's not, but
Yeah.
it looks good on the highlight reel.
Yeah, but I guess when you're 6'5", probably 230 plus, you can probably do that a little more often. Offsides on Willis.
Yeah, they're going to take the 5 yards and replay that second down.
.8:35 on the clock. Be 2nd and 8 now that they've marked off that 5 yards.
And give props to Woodlands for being able to, what seemed like, impossible way to get back into this drive, able to chip their way back.
Split back shotgun, going to read in the handoff. Now Matoyer looking deep on the post. Receiver was grabbed a little. Now he's got Walker up the right sideline, wide open, caught. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Not going to catch that guy. Walker, touchdown. Highlanders, no flags on the field. It stands. Huge touchdown for the Woodlands to answer that long score by Lagway, 13-10 on the scoreboard. The Woodlands retakes the lead, 8:16 on the clock, second quarter.
Excellent blocking by the Woodlands there.
Yeah, and an excellent adjustment on that route by Walker, noticing his quarterback.
Yeah, that's just a little
scrambling. Yeah,
that's not part of the route. That's a little improvisation there by Walker.
Yep.
Saw his quarterback rolling out right, so that's tells you, hey, if I run upfield, I either give my quarterback room to run, or I'm going to beat my defender and he can throw it to me.
Yep, and you're coached to do that as a receiver when the quarterback scrambles. If you are running a shallower route like Walker was there, if you notice the quarterback scrambling, get straight up the field. So textbook by Walker, and great job of Matoyer noticing his receiver doing his job. So 14-10, the Woodlands back on top. This is the game we hoped it would be so far. Just outstanding competition level.
But we see back-to-back long touchdowns for both of these teams, and that's really what we've been accustomed to seeing from both of these teams in the season.
Exactly, and right before Lagway broke that big run, we were just talking about how big play-oriented both teams have been, and we were talking about how cagey it had gotten there at 7-3 with that exchange of turnovers, and kind of wondering if we were going to stay in that mode or if both of the offenses would start to figure things out and see the floodgates kind of open, and maybe that's what's occurring now, but we shall see. Starzyk tees it up. See if he puts a boot through it per his usual custom. He's going to switch it up. Pooch it. Fair caught. Willis receiver going to go down to a knee there. That was a Tavian Friend on that reception. Good sure-handed fielding.
Yeah, and that position is kind of tough if you take the fair catch or you try to take the risk and let it go out of bounds to pick up those extra yards. But Woodlands special teams there were making some noise running down that field, and if he kind of got it out of that way, it could have been, Woodlands' ball there. So
yeah, so the adjustment here for the Woodlands on account of what Lagway just did is you've got to have a linebacker at home over the middle of the field, and right now they're not showing anybody over the middle at the linebacker position. They flexed a guy over to the right, so nobody home up the middle. Here goes Lagway, same spot, right side this time. He's going to hit the burners again, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5 touchdown.
And there
he
you
goes
called
again,
it.
and no flags on the field, Sam. Again, nobody home at the linebacker
and
position.
So the reason there's no linebacker in the middle there is because it's, they're running the 5-wide, formation. So that stretches out the linebackers and the DBs. And Willis taking advantage of that.
Yeah, they're trying to. What they did there is the Woodlands had their middle linebacker flex outside of the defensive line because their goal is to apply pressure against that passing game, against the quick passing to the sidelines that we've seen Willis doing to test them. And as a result, there's nobody sitting in that gap to defend those kind of runs up the middle or off tackle like Lagway just did.
He missed it.
Yeah, missed the PAT, so it's going to be 16-14 Willis. After that, 8:04 on the clock. Back-to-back huge runs broken by Lagway. Again, the Woodlands defense is going to have to make that adjustment, I believe, to the positioning of their linebackers. They need at least one over the middle of the field, in my opinion, to protect against the last 2 runs that we've seen Lagway break.
Yeah, you might have to switch it up. Woodlands run the 4-down lineman, might have to go to 3-down lineman, and possibly even just throwing a quarterback spy. Lagway has shown that he can beat you with his legs, and you don't want to get beat 3 straight times.
Yeah, because the job of the defensive line is to eat the blocks, and then you have linebackers and defensive backs filling in behind that. So when you remove that ability by effectively having no one at the second level, you better hope one of your defensive linemen gets a hold of the player, Lagway in this case, coming out of the backfield, or there's a lot of green grass to run into. Especially if you don't have a safety compensating for the linebacker's positioning by coming up himself and playing more aggressively against the run, but their safety staying back.
That whole middle of the field was wide open.
Pooch kick, fair caught, so back-to-back pooches. And that was Parker Stewart, sophomore DB for the Woodlands. He's been a really impressive player for me this year for the Highlanders. Not easy to step in that young into a big-time varsity role, but he's done that very well this year. So 16-14 on the scoreboard in favor of Willis. 8:04 on the second quarter clock.
With this game becoming a very high-scoring game in the second quarter.
Yep, 2x2 shotgun here for Matoyer. Motion into the backfield now with Bolander into the H-back spot. Quick throw out to Farrakhan, but Willis all over him. Going to be rodeo tackled there. Number 13, Carter Jenkins. Flag comes in again. Some unsportsmanlike activity at the end of that.
Yeah, I don't think the Willis defender meant to do that. He was just coming up and kind of fist pumped, and I think he got the back pad that the receiver has.
Yep, fired up to make a play, which is understandable in this game, but we've seen how the officials are calling this game. I think very obviously it's just been raining yellow.
You gotta keep the game under control, and
instead of raining water like we saw Thursday night, it's raining yellow here today. And that's something as a player you've got to recognize in read how the officials are calling the game. So while it's okay to be pumped up, you've got to rein that in too, and realize that they've got quick triggers here today, and they're officiating it like a playoff game. 2x2 shotgun. Matoyer now right at midfield. Back to throw, slant complete into the open field. Jackson Bolander down to the 26-yard line. Again, for the Woodlands, just like with Willis on the other side, you can just pick whoever you want at the receiver position. They can all do the job. And again, flag coming in from the Willis sideline. Like, we need some serious saran wrap and ice for these officials at halftime, like for real. And we've still got 7:39 to go until we get to the locker room.
Yeah, I fill out a drive chart to keep track of the drives, and we can look at them. There is a lot of yellow. I color coordinate it.
Yeah, unsportsmanlike called on the Willis coaches. And some clapping by the Woodlands players towards the Willis sideline. Not sure if I would advise that. Just kind of let them keep doing what they're doing. I say don't.
It looks like some.
Don't engage, but nevertheless.
Yeah, this is a very chippy game.
Yeah.
And we definitely saw that on Thursday before the game even started. A lot on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, I insinuated that Thursday night when they kind of were trying to get in each other's grills a little bit in midfield pregame, that maybe some pumpkin spice recipes being exchanged, given where we are here with the holiday season rapidly approaching. But perhaps not. 2x2 shotgun Matoyer. Motion across, Bolander again. H-back showing power run. That's exactly where they go. Self spins off the defender, still on his feet. What a run, what bounce. Extends to the end zone. Did he get it? No, they're going to mark him just short, but what an awesome effort by Self there.
Yeah,
I thought if he gets that over the goal line, goodness gracious.
It's contacted pretty early, but able to break a lot of tackles. And there's another flag. I see one at the 1 yard line at the very top.
Yeah, not helping our causes are the soccer lines here on the field. So sometimes the flag kind of, but we're just kind of assuming at this point that there's a stoppage after every play.
And this game is, I believe we're over an hour in, and still have 7.5 minutes left to go in this.
Yeah, they're just making sure everybody gets their money's worth, I guess, after Thursday night.
I mean, it's a bit anticipation.
Yeah, I mean, we waited an hour and a half through multiple delays, so I think they're just trying to repay their loyal patrons who've come out here to support them again on a Saturday afternoon.
Number 8, Willis. That's his first. The second to cause ejection. Also, number 4, Woodlands. That's his first. The second to cause ejection.
So the unsportsmanlike,
they're
going to offset.
Yep, so offsetting, so just, an attempt by the officials there to get some control over what's going on. And I'm sure there will be lots of discussion at halftime in preparation for the second half, but what a breathless first half we've got for you here. I hope everyone on the stream hit that like button, subscribe to the channels for both of our stadiums. You've got to be loving this. I am. Splitbacks gun, Matoyer, motion across, showing heavy power with Canola, but penetration into the backfield. That is number 9, Amari Holmes. Not allowing that to go any further. Again, a lot of these guys for Willis going both ways. Holmes, one of those guys who can do that.
They're going to get back to the line of scrimmage, but great play by Holmes coming off the edge there.
Splitbacks gun, Matoyer again showing the similar look. Heavy power. Canola again up the middle. They're going to try and push him forward. Did he get over the line to gain? No, they're going to mark him short on the 2-inch line. 4th down and goal. And you know what's going to happen here.
See, that was a very similar play concept to the play they had ran earlier.
I would expect a whole lot of people in the backfield again here in Matoyer just going straight ahead.
Yeah, I'd run the quarterback keeper.
Yeah, if they don't get under center. So far they're showing a 3 wide set, actually. Still H-back. That's Quanell Farrakhan Jr. flexed out in that H-back.
Yeah, you still have one more. It's 3rd down, and they're going to take a timeout. There was Woodlands coaches did not like something that they saw, and there is a flag. Oh, it's going to be a delay game if they did not get the timeout off. Okay. So they got the timeout off.
Yep, got the timeout off. Good point out there on the 3rd down, Sam. They changed that a little too quick for me to catch there on the scoreboard. So thought the previous play run was the 3rd down, but not so. But I would still expect Matoyer just going straight ahead here.
I believe it's one of the most effective 1-yard plays is, just.
It is.
And
he's 6'5", too.
I believe I mentioned it last night in the Conroe game, the Philadelphia Eagles, the tush push. That's the play I would run here. Just get your quarterback under the center, get everybody behind him, and just push him over. You got, in my opinion, Woodlands has the size advantage in the trenches. So
yeah, I think Matoyer is going to go straight ahead, and if it's there, he's just going to stay on the ground and plow into the end zone. And if it's a little dicey, I think he's going to go airborne because, again, with the 6'5" frame, doesn't take much for him to extend. But you have to do that safely, of course, over that goal line and not risk getting the ball batted away on a turnover. So we'll see what they try and dial up itself. The way he runs, he's an equally great option.
Yeah, but the advantage with running a quarterback keeper is you don't have that transition time from quarterback to running back, which allows the defense, kind of fill some gaps and stop the run, which is another reason which makes the quarterback keeper so effective.
Yeah, one of the wrinkles I saw from the Woodlands 2 weeks ago against College Park that we have yet to see here this afternoon, Sam, is a Wildcat formation. with actually Quanto Farrakhan Jr. as the receiving player or playing the quarterback position on that and taking the direct snap. So we'll see if the Woodlands breaks that out at any point here in this game. Perhaps that'll have to wait until the second half, which is something for the viewers to keep in mind who maybe didn't catch that against College Park a couple of weeks ago. That was the first time I had seen the Woodlands break out that particular wrinkle all year. So now they're coming out trips. They're going to be away to Matoyer's left on the trip set. But again,
this is stretching out the defense here.
Yep. Yeah, now they're going to motion in one guy a little bit tighter, showing power. Matoyer straight ahead. Lowers the shoulder.
Oh, they're going to mark him short.
They're marking him short, so nope, coming in with the fists in the air, which means short. Their foot is on the 1-inch line. So again, offense is going nowhere here. Quick to the line.
Oh, it's gonna be a quarter. Yeah,
quick sneak. Not a great push, but he's going to get enough. He doesn't need much there. Touchdown. Matoyer gets in on the sneak. Willis trying to claim they have the ball, but plain broken.
Yeah, once you get that ball across the line, it's doesn't matter what happens to the football as long as you. Did they get the timeout off before the?
Yep, so we need some clarity on the field here from the officials.
I don't see points on the board, so craziness going on in this game.
Yeah, we thought we had a touchdown, but now a timeout is being granted. And still showing 4th down on the stadium scoreboard.
Mm-hmm. But that's the play call I think Woodland should have ran on the 3rd down.
Again, one of the officials had arms raised in a touchdown signal clearly. So you would expect, but I guess, if they're granting a timeout pre-snap somehow.
I mean, they're spotting this ball as close to the line.
Yeah, as they can get. The point of the football is maybe an inch shy of that goal line. Yeah, not a great angle up here in the booth, but that's what it looks like. It's well inside the 1. 5:13 to go until half. Sam, I know it's taken a while here in the first half, but I'm just eating up every second of this one.
Yeah,
this is highly enjoyable.
This has definitely been one of the funnest games to call all year. Most fun. I don't know if funnest is the word, but I'm going to make it a word for this game.
Yeah, hey, we'll go with it. Yeah, it can be your word of the day here. Jackson would have some fun with that if he were here. He would allow that too, I think. Jackson Cochran, one of our other excellent broadcasters here on these Conner ISD football broadcasts, along with the excellent David Laney as well.
This is just trying to stretch the defense out.
Yep, you would expect nothing other than Matoyer going straight ahead. So a lot of chess being played now, timeouts now.
Yeah, this is the
Woodlands.
Biggest play of the game, definitely so far.
Yep, one of the bigger plays of the first half. And, yeah, Willis, from their perspective, it's all about the penetration, low man wins sort of situation, trying to outnumber the right block in order to gain access to that backfield and try and hit Matoyer before he can pick up enough momentum to punch it over that goal line. But you've really got to come through almost untouched through the offensive line to make that kind of play. But again, and it's kind of a minor annoyance I have with the modern game, you have most of these teams running shotguns now, and
from the 1 yard
line. Lacking the ability in some cases to kind of get under center and do it that way. Although Matoyer, when they were attempting the quick snap,
was going for that, just the quarterback push.
A moment ago, when we thought they were in,
mm-hmm.
They went from under center just straight ahead.
Yeah, I think that's what you should go with here. Because, I mean, this isn't ball's not even at the 1. It's at the .25 yard line. So
I'm all about eliminating any risk of that penetration, but it looks like the Woodlands is going to stay in this shotgun trip set. Here we go, 4th down from the 1-inch line. Matoyer now up under center, ball to the ground, but he gets it and pushes ahead. Who's got it, though? They're signaling touchdown Woodlands. The ball hit the turf clearly from this angle, Sam.
Yeah, that could have been dangerous. We definitely saw the ball hit the ground on the snap, but it looks like Maturo was able to pick it up and fall into the end zone.
Whew, that was adventurous. Again, we talk about that under center factor when you're used to being in the gun at all times, and that's what can happen on those rare instances when you do get up under your center's tush like that.
And the Woodlands coaching wants an explanation there. They do not seem very happy.
Yep, so Scott Starzyk on for the PAT to try and tack on the extra point. 5:10 remaining until half. Starzyk boots it through, dead center per his custom.
So we've seen...
Yep, 21-16 advantage. Highlanders on the scoreboard now. Back and forth we go here in the second quarter, Sam.
This is an exciting one. Let's look at that replay. We have a great shot, and we can definitely see balls down. Great work by the camera crew down there. Have a great angle of that goal line. But we've seen 2 rushing touchdowns by each of the quarterbacks so far in this game.
Yep, having to get it done on the ground. We haven't seen a ton in the way of just straight downfield passing, although the Woodlands did manage to hit Shane Walker on that great pass up the sidelines a few moments ago. And they found him over the middle as well, so Walker helping the Woodlands open this game up a little bit via that pass. Willis yet to open up their own pass game, as you rightly mentioned a second ago. All Lagway on the ground.
But that Willis offense should be well rested for this drive.
Yep, well rested and just well rested, period. We mentioned it in the early going of the game. Willis bye week last week, so they've had over 2 weeks off now since their last game action, but picking up where they left off, not looking too rusty aside from all the penalties. Pooch kick Starzyk. Be fielded cleanly, returnable. But the Woodlands is there to usher that Wildcat player out on the sideline, bring him down out of bounds, but nothing intentional there. I don't think that's worth a flag. Did go to ground, but nothing.
Yeah, it's just kind of your momentum taking you with.
Yeah, and it's a tricky balance you strike in a game like this, Sam, where you obviously want to call the clear infractions, but again, on some of the stuff, it's like knowing when to let go as well on that and just kind of.
Yeah, and I think...
So let's see what the adjustment is here at
3
the
down
second
lineman.
level here for the Woodlands. They do have a middle linebacker. 5 wide. Slagway looking right, bubble screen, complete. Nifty move there to make the first man miss. Going to be ushered out of bounds after a positive 5-yard gain. And in an offense like this, Sam, those plays where you see those bubble screens, those quick throws out, those are effectively running plays in this offense. We call those run substitutes, where you just, those quick bubble screens. When you are in an offense that's not heavily run geared like this, that's what that's doing. Stretching the defense horizontally. Another quick pass left side this time. Nifty moves. Oh, he's up the sideline. You're not catching him. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. Jermaine Bishop Jr., sophomore. Yeah. One of the best big playmakers on this Willis Wildcats football team. And that's why. So big play after big play, Sam. We're getting breathless here.
Yeah, he's second in the district in receiving for a reason. He is their playmaker on that offense, and he was able to avoid a tackle. And once you get him into the open field, it's to the house.
Yep, you're not catching him. It was clear as soon as he stepped around that first challenge from the Woodlands defense, he was gone. There's nothing but green grass in front of him. 22-21 in Willis's favor, pending this PAT. Got a timeout on the field. They're showing
2-point.
But now going to be a timeout for the Woodlands. So the Woodlands has no timeouts remaining with 4:26 to go until half. Willis holding on to 1 remaining, Sam.
Yeah, and your strategy using timeouts is going to differ in the halves. As in a close game in the second half, you kind of want them towards the end of the game. Well, in the first half, obviously you can't take them over to the second half. So trying to use some key smart timeouts, because this is going to be a big 2-point conversion if they still decide to go for 2 to make a 3-point ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. We expected points to begin this game, and we are getting exactly that. The second quarter exploding to life on the scoreboard. First quarter was exciting for other reasons in terms of a lot of drama with penalties and turnovers, but here in the second, it's exploded with big plays and long touchdowns for both teams. Just outstanding entertainment for both of these fan bases that have showed out here in force. Beautiful afternoon here at Wood Forest Bank Stadium, and again, we encourage all of you watching on the YouTube live stream, hit that like button, subscribe to both channels for Wood Forest Bank Stadium and Moorhead. Hope you all are enjoying this as much as Sam and I are here in the booth. Just special occasion.
Yeah.
Lagway going to take the direct snap, go straight ahead. Gets chopped down just short. Yeah, similar to Matoyer a moment ago. Oh, ball's loose. The ball didn't come out there, but short on that two-point conversion. So the Willis Wildcats going to maintain that 22-21 lead on the scoreboard, but they don't get any further out than that. Again, 4:26 to go until half, and what's been a long and highly entertaining and adventurous first half.
Yeah, almost an hour and a half into this game since kickoff, and it's been everything we could have asked for, really.
Yeah, and more here. It's just going to another level here in the second quarter, and I just hope it continues here through the end of the second quarter and into the second half, because just what a treat. This is what you wait all season for these games that mean so much, and district championship on the line. And we mentioned a little bit earlier with regard to the playoff race for anyone who has joined the broadcast since I last mentioned that, but College Park winning at New Caney last night by that 34-27 score in favor of the Cavaliers guarantees that game against Conroe High next week right here in Wood Forest Bank Stadium is going to be a play-in game. So the winner of that Conroe High versus College Park game is going to the playoffs, and they will be one of the Division I representatives from this district. So Oak Ridge, because of that, is going Division II no matter what. And so what that means is the Willis and Oak Ridge game next week is going to be proceeding. Pop kick, it's going to hit the ground. Tricky to field, ball is loose. Willis, who's got it? Lots of bodies falling around that ball. Bodies hitting the deck all around. Who's got it? Willis has the ball. You have got to be kidding me. Momentum.
And a flag.
And flag, of course.
It's the theme of the game.
It's raining yellow. And
turnovers and flags.
We're going to keep that theme going. Turnovers, flags, big plays, endless intrigue.
If you were to tell me a team was going to have 3 turnovers in the first half, I would have thought, okay, Willis had a tough time in the first half. But for Woodlands to have 3 turnovers.
Yeah, if you were to equate this to like WWE or WWF, the only thing we're missing at this point is someone jumping from the top rope with a chair.
It's chaotic.
And hopefully we don't see that here in this game, because that would be really out of line. But that's about the only thing we're missing at this point.
They're going to pick up the flag. But it's still going to be Willis football. And that could be huge, as they could score before the half, as Woodlands won the coin toss and deferred to the second half. So Woodlands will get the football to start the third quarter.
4:22 on the clock. DJ Lagway is going to get another shot at it here. Ball on the 36 of the Highlanders. Huge opportunity, Willis. And as you mentioned, the Woodlands is going to receive the opening kick of the third quarter, which in this game seems like a really long time to go. 4 minutes and 22 seconds is an eternity here. 5 wide. 1st and 10, Lagway back to pass, pumping. Now looking up the sideline, has a man wide open, caught, touchdown.
It's Bishop again.
Bishop up the sideline, once again, wide open, no flags on the field. Lagway dialing up all the right numbers now. Willis has officially found their way attacking-wise in this game. They've opened the floodgates. They know what they want to do offensively now to exploit these athletic matchups in space, Sam.
Yeah,
Make it count.
Bishop in chess usually moves diagonally, but he's moving like a rook out there, heading just straight up the field.
Yep, exactly. Getting as wide as possible on that sideline and just difficult to cover one-on-one with his speed. Kick is up. Multiple flags coming down. See if that's going to be enforced. Looks like Willis is continuing to jog off the field, so perhaps against the Woodlands, but we'll get the official call here. And no foul. Have a few of those occasions now where the flags that have come down have been waved off. So PAT good by Willis. So that's going to extend the Willis lead to 29-21 over the Woodlands. 4:15 to go until halftime. Sam, we're going to need a good breather to put our feet up at halftime to recover in order to come back with the same energy here in the second half. I'm going to need another Coke here.
Yeah, but definitely going to be a good halftime performance from these two bands, and it's been a long one so far.
Yeah, great shout out for the band's drill teams and cheerleaders. They do a lot of great work, so we encourage everyone, don't go anywhere during halftime and watch these excellent performances. Now we'll turn the field mic up for everyone when we get to that point so you can hear that properly. So again, Willis setting up for that pooch-style kick. Been doing a good job landing their kicks here recently in that kind of no-man's-land area.
Right at the 30-yard line.
Yeah, the Woodlands only got 3 guys on their second line of return where most of those kicks are landing. This one attempting to go a little bit deeper. Bryce Cooper is going to receive that. Try on the left side, has a little bit of space.
And a flag comes in.
And flag comes in from behind the play. Didn't appear to be time for a hold there, but we'll see what the call is. It is going to be a hold. So apparently there was time.
During the return, holding, number 84 offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down, Woodlands.
So Mabry Matoyer and this offense about to run back out here. Sam, 4:09 to go until half. I wonder here if the Highlanders are going to dial up Walker's name. You think pinned deep like this, you can elect to take a shot here. Of course, if you're the Woodlands offense, that's kind of what you do anyway. But we'll see if they try and catch Willis off guard potentially here, or if they take it a little bit more conservatively here on this first play. But obviously in a position for the first time all game when they're needing to make sure they don't let Willis get that 2-possession lead, get out any further than what they are right now. Matoyer handed it off.
Ooh.
Little bit of a stumble, but Farrakhan keeps his feet still spinning out over the 20, so picks up a positive gain despite that. Matoyer 4 wide, thrown to the trip side, complete. Jackson Bolander, first down. Still fighting. Great effort there by Bolander at the end of that play, not quitting at all. Showing he's got a little honey badger in him there. First and 10, chains move, 3:17 and counting. Again, the Woodlands, no timeouts remaining. Willis has just the 1 remaining. 2x2 shotgun. Matoyer back to pass, looking deep. Under heavy pressure from behind, gets the ball away last minute.
Wow.
Very well caught by Self. Stumbles going to be down at the 33-yard line. However, what a play by Matoyer. He was in a lot of trouble there.
That was a very impressive play there. As the Woodlands defender, I think, had him wrapped up. And was just able to just fling it to Self there.
Yeah, he was half a second away from going down with that sack from behind when he flinged that one out, and a great job of catching that ball by Self, showing his receiving instincts. Going to earn a breather for that effort. Joseph Canola now in at the running back position. Matoyer fakes it to him. Screen underneath Walker, jailbreak. Let's see if he can get loose. Makes the first and second man's miss. Another first down. Great job by Walker. So elusive. Out to the 41-yard line. So the Highlanders in business now after opening the drive in a bit of trouble, backed up. But here they are almost to midfield.
And they've been here before, you know. Those first 2 games, the non-district, in which they lost, they know how to overcome some adversity and being down.
Been tested. Some movement, but no one jumps off there. Yep. They encountered lots of adversity in those 2 games against North Shore and Lamar, so we'll see what benefit that has here as this game moves along. Matoyer 3-by-1 shotgun. Rides in the handoff, keeps right side. Going to spin off a tackle, takes a heavy hit from the trailing defender. A little bit of jawing after that. It's number 71 for Willis, Dejon Moore, a sophomore on that tackle.
And the Woodlands really showing no speed, which is kind of surprising as this clock is ticking fast with about 1:20 left.
2-by-2 shotgun, showing great patience. Yeah, trying to save that timeout to set up a field goal potentially. Back to pass, Matoyer flushed right. He's got plenty of room to run around the right side. He's going to take a heavy hit on his own sideline. Didn't quite get out of bounds there.
Not.
So he paid the price for not electing to go out of bounds. Takes a huge hit.
Oh, there is a flag, I think.
He's down. Wonder if there could have been helmet to helmet. Potentially there is a flag, as you mentioned. We couldn't see it. Matoyer is going to receive some attention.
Yeah, but if it is a flag, it will be probably helmet to helmet.
Yeah, you would expect that's the most likely call.
He hadn't bailed out of bounds just quite yet.
No, he thought about it and then kind of took a straighter line to go up the sideline. So lengthy discussion down here on the field. We have 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock. Willis leading 29-21. Personal foul. It is a targeting. So huge penalty against Willis there. Going to give the Woodlands a great chance to move the ball deep into Willis territory after they walk off the yardage. Take a brief pause here as everyone resets. This player continues to receive attention. Everybody kneeling. The cart is out. You never want to see in any of these games. So we'll obviously cut away from all of that while that happens. 13-6A district championship on the line in this one. Players on both sides giving it everything they have, and a little bit too much in some instances with the penalties that are coming out. The senior quarterback Patrick Miller in the huddle for the Woodlands now, as we'll prepare for play to resume eventually. But Trent Miller making the walk across to the Woodlands sideline, talking to the officials. No doubt showing some concern as well himself. Very classy head coach for Willis. Woodlands players showing a nice moment, huddled together in prayer, as are the Willis players, all on a knee, showing respect on their sideline. So despite the chippiness we've seen at times throughout the first half, nice moment of solidarity between both schools and programs. Woodlands players now trying to rally around their teammate up on their feet. Normally in moments like this, Sam, I try and talk about other things that have happened throughout the first half, but I think this is a good moment.
Yeah.
Just kind of let it pause, let the images speak for themselves. In 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining in the second quarter when play does resume. Matoyer up on his feet under his own power. Great to see. He's going to sit on the gurney himself. Great sign. So senior Patrick Miller is going to come in at quarterback for the Highlanders now as play gets set to resume here in a moment. And I've commented on Miller every time I've seen him play, extremely capable as a backup quarterback. And I feel like if he were just about anywhere else in the district, he would be an all-district level performer at the position. And he's been on varsity since his sophomore season. And I've given him props every time I've seen him play just because he's just a good football player. And I think, yeah, Highlander fans about to be treated to that, to his ability when play gets resumed here in a moment. Offensive players for the Woodlands now are huddling as they get ready to resume play. Going to talk about the strategy because the ball is on the Willis 27-yard line is where it's spotted. No timeouts remaining for the Woodlands. 1 timeout remaining for Willis. We mentioned this a little bit earlier in the broadcast, Sam, but Starzyk with his leg is good up to 50-plus, in my opinion, based on the pregame kicks and what I've seen him do in-game as well. Huge leg. So well within his range already. But, you know, this is the kind of game where you're not playing for 3s. You're playing for 6s.
Yeah, definitely.
And Sam, a sight you never want to see on a football field. I've seen it a few times in 30-plus years of following and watching high school football closely, and it's, yeah, never a good sight and never an easy thing to watch. But nevertheless, play about to resume for the Woodlands. It is a 1st and 10 down and distance. Patrick Miller in the shotgun. Aiden Self alongside him. Quick throw into the slot. Going to be caught, I believe, by Bollinger. Now they're going to say it hit the ground. Yeah.
The pass hit the ground. It'll be 3rd down.
Tried to snatch it off the turf. Nearly did. It was Jackson Bollinger, again, intended man. Just a quick bubble screen throw to the slot.
Yeah, your first throw of the game. You know, probably not warmed up quite yet, but.
Yep, and those are leg throws. Usually the legs aren't quite in it. When you see the ball do that on that type of throw, got to get the lower body involved. Make sure you don't have any bounces. 2x2 tight shotgun set for receivers. Had some success with this earlier in the game. Miller back under heavy duress, and he's going to go down to a sack. That is number 19, Josiah Stevens, one of the very best players on this defense for Willis, making a big play there. We'll bring up a 3rd and long. Again, the Woodlands having to
go hurry up.
Not rush, but, yeah, not dally either here.
Willis is going to take their last time out.
Yeah, so fortunate break there for the Woodlands in that they don't have to rush this play now. So the ball on the 32 now, still well within range of Starzyk, but not quite as straightforward as it was a second ago before that sack. The The ball spotted on the 32. Plus about 5 you would expect, looking at a 47-yard field goal here potentially. Again, within Starzik's range easily. Huge leg. Seen him put a lot of PATs and short field goals actually onto the roof of this north end zone.
The Jet Center?
Building here, yeah. Down in that end zone.
You
and
got the natatorium in the south end zone and the Jet
Yep.
Center in the north end zone.
Yep.
I think there was an event today at the natatorium. It looked pretty busy.
Yep, and I've commented in previous games, I wonder in the case of the natatorium too, but it's got a nice kind of sloped roof, so the ball tends to roll off of that one. But in the Jet Center, no such luck. You've got that flat roof, so whose responsibility is it to climb up there and recover those footballs? These are the questions we have.
There's no net on that side of the Jet Center side, so that's a great question. As teams are coming back to play, there will be no more timeouts in this half unless it is a referee timeout. So only stoppage will be on an incomplete pass or an out of bounds.
Yep, so again, if you're the Woodlands here strategically, you don't have to get everything on this play. Just make a solid positive yardage play. Give yourself a chance to kick a field goal. Don't take any more sacks. Miller back to pass, flush and left. Trying to stay available, throws it up the left sideline. Had a man. It was Quanell Farrakhan Jr. over there. Intended man incomplete. Just overshot him. Thought about running for a second and then thought he had Farrakhan Jr. open. So here comes Starzik. We'll see how long this is going to be exactly. Yep, and the holder is going to be on the 39, so 49-yard field goal attempt here for Starzik. Right hash. 37 seconds to go until half. The Woodlands trailing by 8. Ball booted, plenty of power. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. He exploded that football.
That one might have
right
been good.
Down the middle.
And there's a flag.
Why not? Another flag on the deck. But who is it against? Is it offsides, potentially? We'll see.
Might have been after the play.
Yeah, the team's running off the field.
But, I mean, that was a 49-yarder there?
Yeah, 49-yard field goal.
Might have been good from 60.
That he just obliterated.
I mean, that ball hit the back of the net with some force.
That hit well up on the Jumbotron in terms of the net position. Like, that was good from a long, long way. So that made field goal brings the score to Willis 29, the Woodlands 24. 32 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Again, the Woodlands will receive to start the third quarter. The Highlanders, as Sam pointed out earlier, won the opening toss, deferred the option and kicked off, managed to stop Willis on their opening drive in order to set up their ability to receive that opening kick there in the third quarter.
Oh. Personal foul is going to be on the Woodlands.
Yep, so the Woodlands apparently after the play, because we're setting up for a kickoff, and the points obviously stand. So Starzik going to get a little bit of a challenge here, going to kick from his own 25. You would imagine here that if he was thinking pooch previously, which they've done a couple of times now, you just try and boot it back there as far as humanly possible because you do not want to give up field position here.
He's got the leg.
Yep, got the leg, and you don't want to give up field position. Willis, no timeouts. The Woodlands, no timeouts. 32 seconds until half.
Which has been a really great half of football. A lot of penalties, a lot of scoring.
Correction, that'll be accessed on the kickoff.
So Willis Could have a drive with some better field position, depending on how kickoff goes.
Squib kick by Starsick, surprising everyone. Ball rolls out of bounds.
So that's going to be another flag.
Yep, another flag. And, yeah, interesting
decision
choice there to do that. But, yeah, they had a strategy in mind that just didn't come off there, Sam. But now Lagway in the all-go zone. The ball's going to be spotted.
Cross midfield.
Yeah, and with the penalty, it's going to be in Highlanders territory on the 49-yard line is where the official's going to spot us. So Lagway, not needing the help, is going to get it. Again, obviously, if you're Willis here with the Woodlands receiving the ball, you are very aggressive here in terms of the strategy.
Trying to, definitely try to get in a field goal range, extend it back to that 8-point. But if you get the touchdown.
Yeah, if the opponent gives you a window, attack it. Lagway doing just that, deep out, going to throw it. Complete to Bishop again, steps around to tackle, gets out of bounds successfully, down to the 38 of the Woodlands. So just like you draw it up.
Yep, clock stops.
Yep, and clock offense, those sideline routes
and that was are
a huge key.
Very smart play. Bishop kind of looked like he wanted to cut up field, but realized, no, I got to get out of bounds, stop the clock.
Yeah, that's the rule as a receiver. Get what you can get out of bounds, or you get yelled at. Lagway back to pass, looking deep. Going to throw that out again underneath. Completed to number 11, Jalen Mickens. Also gets out of bounds. Easy first down to the 24-yard line of the Woodlands. 25, actually. They're going to put it there. First and 10, 18 seconds to go in the first half. Two-by-two shotgun. Lagway out. Complete. Again, Mickens. Textbook clock drive by Willis so far. 14 seconds remaining. Clock not a friend, but they're doing exactly what they need to do to have a chance here.
Yeah, this is where you start taking some shots to the end zone, I think.
Yep, got time to complete a couple of more. Perhaps, again, you can't stop it, so you've got to get up quick and spike if it's tackled in the field of play. Lagway back. He is looking towards the end zone. Flush left, though. He's got to take it. Flags come in. Lagway is going to jog.
Oh.
Decides to dive forward.
Stayed in bounds.
Yeah, stayed in bounds. Interesting there. You would have thought he was headed straight out of bounds, but with the flag down, and I don't think Lagway would have been able to see that flag down either.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Woodlands declines it, if the clock runs or not.
Holding.
71 offense, 10-yard penalty.
10-yard penalty on the hold. I always forget what the rule is in high school, Sam, if you do the runoff or not. But apparently not here in this case. Have to look that one up, but probably not applied at this level or maybe even any level when it's a hold. But nevertheless, 5 seconds to go. Willis has another shot, spiking it. 2 seconds. So here, Sam, outside of field goal range.
Oh, well, maybe not.
Well,
field goal unit is coming out.
Are they going to say they've got their own Starsick here, and they're going to try a deep field goal? The ball is on this is going to be a 45-yard attempt. That's where the holder is for Willis, so apparently they've got confidence in him to try it. 2 seconds left, so half ends on this. If you're the Woodlands, yep, obviously coming after it here, but within reason. Kick is away, has the distance. Kick is good, so 47-yard field goal for the Woodlands, now a 45-yard answer for Willis. Walk-off field goal for the Wildcats into the locker room. So Willis is going to take a 32-24 lead into the halftime over the Woodlands. Just an incredible first half of action all around. I feel like Sam and I, man, we've lived about 3 lifetimes, I feel like, in that first half.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Almost a 2-hour first half. It's crazy.
So Sam and I are going to go recover here over halftime, and we encourage all of you viewers to tune in to what's no doubt going to be an outstanding halftime here and just support all of the work that these student athletes from both schools are going to bring you here at halftime between the bands, drill teams, and all of this hard work that gets done around campus. But amazing first half. The Woodlands receives the ball to start the second half. We will see you in a little bit. The Willis is leading 32-24 over the Woodlands.
Presenting the Woodlands High School High Steppers. The 2023-2024 High Stepper Officers are Major Sidney Riggs, Lieutenant Majors Kevin Lloyd and Annie Doloshevsky, Captain Isabella Olivares, Lieutenants Grace Bernard, Olivia Jones, Caitlin Alter, and Sophie Sanford. Today, the High Steppers will be reporting a dance routine to Scotland the Brave. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023-2024 Woodlands High School High Steppers. We're proud to support Highlander football. Ladies and gentlemen, the Woodlands High School Marching Band and High Steppers. The Woodlands Band would like to thank the Willis Band for participating in Lone Star Preview this year, and we look forward to seeing you back next year.
And welcome everyone back for the second half of this game between the Willis Wildcats and the Woodlands Highlanders. Here momentarily, just over 3.5 minutes away from resuming the second half as we finish counting down the remaining time here at halftime. Jeremy McGrail here on the live stream with you, joined by Sam Ulrich, as has happened a few times this year. And awesome to have Sam with me for such a big occasion here, 13-6A district championship being decided in front of us here on this Beautiful, sunny, and very humid Saturday afternoon in October, giving us that legit third-round plus playoff feel, and the play on the field has matched that as well. It's just a real playoff atmosphere here at Woodforest Bank Stadium today, and we hope y'all on the live stream enjoyed that as much as we did with all the entertaining action. And not sure what the second half has in store for an encore to that, but we will find out here momentarily. Again, Willis taking a 32-24 lead into the halftime. Both teams trading field goals there at the end of the second quarter. Scott Starzyk booting through a 47-yard kick, and then matched by Willis putting through a 45-yarder of their own to extend the lead from 29-24 to 32. So that's how we got to that point right before half. The Woodlands will receive the opening kick to start our third quarter here in a couple of minutes. They won the opening toss, deferred the option to the second half, so the Highlanders will take first ball, and of course they will need it, trailing by 8, need to draw up whatever they can to move right down the field and try and get that score back at least close to being tied again. Down by 8, they can choose whether to do PAT or go for 2, but you have to get into that position first. Likely be Patrick Miller leading the Woodlands offense back out here in the second half after he finished the first half taking snaps for the Highlanders. So the teams are both in the end zone now, going through their warm-ups before running through their inflatables, as the Willis Wildcats are preparing to do themselves here, with about a little over a minute and a half remaining until we start our third quarter. Notified in the first half at a couple of points that the stadium clock and down and distance weren't always showing up on the stream. So I'll be sure we're covering that with these plays here coming up in the second half to make sure you don't miss out on any of this action. Outstanding first half, and now the teams are preparing to come out here and get us started. Once again, 13-6A district title on the line. Playoff seeding not directly at play between these two, given they will be headed to different playoff divisions. Willis is going to be headed to the Division II bracket regardless of the result here today. The Woodlands heading Division I regardless of the result. And as we covered a couple of times in the first half, significant result last night in the district with College Park picking up a huge 34-27 win at New Caney. So what that means is that game between College Park and Conroe High School, which will be played right here at Woodforest Bank Stadium, and Sam and I will be on that call together again next week, determines who takes that fourth playoff position. So huge game there, and then Willis's game against Oak Ridge now is going to determine the Division II playoff seeding as a result. So Willis, if they win that, they will have the number 1 seed in the Division II bracket, and Oak Ridge will be aiming for the same, whereas the Woodlands, they've already secured their positioning in the Division I bracket as the top seed. Highlanders out onto the field, ready to start in the second half with comeback on their mind, trying to make up this small 8-point deficit. First half took nearly 2 hours to play. Just incredible scenes all around, Sam.
Yeah, it was very chaotic first half. A lot of points put up on the board. I think it's going to come down to a shootout, but the Woodlands, big advantage getting the ball to start the second half. You're down 8, 1-possession game. I don't know if you try to get too aggressive here coming out of the half if you want to go for that 2, or you wait later into the game.
Yeah, they can make that decision. Got to get there first, of course, move that football. That's their main mission here. Again, we noted Patrick Miller, new quarterback in the game towards the end of the first half there, so got to get him in the rhythm here starting this third quarter as quickly as they can in the offense to keep things moving along as they have, because, Sam, we saw in that second quarter DJ Lagway and the Willis offense figuring things out big time. The second quarter just exploding to life in basically every way imaginable after in the first quarter we had kind of that cagey back and forth, a lot of penalties, a bunch of turnovers, and then second quarter just went nuts on us.
Yeah, that Willis offense was just really exposing the Woodlands defense and just taking what they gave them, not having that middle linebacker in the middle for those two DJ Lagway quarterback keepers.
Yeah, exactly. And most of the folks on the stream will be familiar with this, but for those who aren't, Willis, located about 20 minutes to our north here at Woodforest Bank Stadium, and having played a couple of seasons in the North County Football League with my son, I know that Willis, we spent a lot of time there practicing as Parker Stewart fields that opening kick. Returning, well covered by number 41 for Willis on that stop. Brock Reynolds, a sophomore. Been a few sophomores out here making plays for Willis. I can tell you that Willis, very much a proper Texas country town out there. It's, in my opinion, where the vast East Texas piney woods begin, and that suburban sprawl gives way quickly as you move outside of Conroe. And so the type of talent that you get out there in Willis reminds me a lot of like a Lufkin or a Longview type profile with the kind of players they get. And I think that's a lot of what Coach Trent Miller saw when he decided to take this Willis job a couple of years ago, that one-horse town, that Texas country talent. And so here is the Woodland split-back shotgun. Miller to start. Handoff up the gut. That's Aiden Self trying to plow forward, going to gain a few yards.
Yeah, it looks like it's a lot more sunny than it has been as of right now. Clouds, very cloudy today, but sun in full force right now.
Yep, just beating down on the entire field. And, yep, the weather is cooperating today. Have that big front, of course, it's going to come through tomorrow and not impacting us at all here today. Miller stays in that protected split-back shotgun look. Another handoff. The Woodlands trying to get behind their offensive line here. Flag comes in late. And some things, I guess, will just stay the same here in the second half, Sam.
Yeah, I didn't check at halftime how many flags we had, but it feels like we had, I would say, at least 20, maybe 15 in that first half. Flags between the two teams.
Dead ball, unsportsmanlike, number 70 offense.
I counted, 20 flags in that first half. And we get another one, which is a costly one.
Yep, costly one. Not what the Highlanders needed for many and obvious reasons. Going to back up all the way inside their own 30. Looks like the ball spotted on the 27. So it's going to be a four-wide shotgun look here for Patrick Miller, two to each side of the formation. Self in the backfield. Now motions out empty. Miller looking deep downfield. Corner out, has Quanal Farrakhan, but he gets turned around. Not sure if sun played a factor there, Sam, or what, but kind of just got
definitely could have, as these teams are not used to be. This is kind of the time they'd be practicing. Would be during the day, but, game time's always either 7 or 8 o'clock.
Yep, and the unfortunate thing there is the Woodlands, coverage-wise, they had exactly what they would have wanted on that play. Singled up coverage with one of their best players, but not able to make that connection, so punting team on, I believe, for the first time tonight for the Woodlands, or first time this afternoon. Snap fielded, Starzyk kicks it away. Nice spiral, great punt, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Ball hits out of bounds. They're going to spot it at the 21. Excellent punt by Starzyk to successfully flip the field position and help his defense out. Picture perfect spiral punt. He does all the kicking and does it really well. Four wide receivers in the set for Lagway, 1st and 10. First look at the ball, second half for Willis. Quick throw, slot, caught by Bishop. Going to try and make a man miss. Corralled, brought down for minimal gain. Sam, this is a test for the Highlanders defense here. They really need to step it up for their team and send a message to their sideline here.
Yeah, you have the backup quarterback in for the Woodlands, and so might be a little tough getting some points on the board for the Woodlands in the second half. But Woodlands does need a stop.
Yep, Lagway riding in that handoff. to number 6. That is DeLeon Robinson Jr. on that carry. Going to plow forward for 4 or so yards. Going to bring up a third and very manageable 5-yard situation. So we go under the 10-minute mark in the third quarter, 9:55 and counting on that clock. Again, 3rd and 5 down in distance. So 2x2 shotgun for Lagway here, 4 wide. Now motion out, empty. Quick throw out to the left side, going to be caught, easy first down.
Yeah, just a great
Hampton.
sense of the field there. Corners are playing back a little bit. Lagway with, I'd call a quick draw release, just able to sling it out of there so fast.
Extremely quick release and just, again, taking the easy money underneath.
Easy gain of 8.
Yep, 2x2 shotgun pump by Lagway. Now he's going to try and run around the left side. Nowhere to go really there. Just picks up a yard. Bring up 2nd and 9. Four wide motion into the backfield. Going to ride in the handoff. Lagway keeps showing a triple option look, pitch out. And they are going to turn the corner. Hurl by Jermaine Bishop. That's going to be a late hit out of bounds.
Yep.
Flag is up. So Willis going to get help they didn't need on that one. Nice athletic play there by Jermaine Bishop and well-executed triple option from DJ Lagway.
It's very fun seeing these hurdles today. I think that's the 2nd hurdle, maybe 3rd we've seen today.
Yep, Matoyer a little earlier on in the action. And some excellent athletes in case the first half did not drive that point home on display here. That penalty, huge one, going to move the ball down into the Woodlands territory, down to the 41-yard line. So 4 wide shotgun, 3 to Lagway's left. Quick throw into the slot, complete. That's Jermaine Bishop going to turn the left corner. He's gone. 20, 10, 5, and corralled, but throw him into the end zone. Touchdown, Willis. Was a Woodlands defender, in fairness, who closed down the angle on that.
Yeah, I think Bishop turned the speed off a little bit there.
Yep, maybe trying to set up the little dead leg move, but regardless, spins his way into the end zone. So Willis, the Cats, kind of running rampant here on offense now. The Woodlands not able to find an answer to stop these guys, and, of course, penalty aided on that drive, which the Cats do not need the help.
And Bishop has accounted for Willis's last 3 touchdowns, so give him the hat trick on the day in the 3rd quarter.
Yep, PAT is booted through, so that's going to extend the Willis lead now to danger territory if you're the Woodlands. So it's 39-24 for the Woodlands. So this is the most critical juncture in the game for the Highlanders coming up. Biggest deficit they faced in this one, which was a seesaw battle throughout a lot of the first half. Single possession, but now Willis has managed to extend that to 2 possessions. And Sam, we talked a little bit about it in the first half, and I wonder what kind of factor it's played as the game goes on. I feel like a big one when some of those extended drives, whether they were created by turnovers by the Woodlands or some of those penalties. We commented on how Lagway was getting a really good look at this Woodlands defense at a couple of points there in the first half, and it seems to have really worked to the advantage of this Cats offense because everything they're cooking up right now is working.
Yeah, after that first drive where they had to punt, it's just...
Yep, pooch kick. Going to be caught and returnable by Parker Stewart. Turns up the left sideline. Going to get into great field position, however, around midfield. It's a really heads-up play by Stewart. He saw a little lane there on the left side and nearly busted through there off to the races. So Patrick Miller, senior QB, Highlander offense back out onto the field, ready to try and do business. Great field position. 2x2 shotgun 4 wide. Flag, some illegal motion, I think, on that receiver. Came in motion on that top side, but he turned upfield too soon, so that's going to back it up 5. It's legal in Canada, but not in this country.
Yeah, and the Woodlands.
Legal motion. Number 2, offense, 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
The Woodlands now is the team that is really getting hurt by these penalties, and the Woodlands team is not usually the team that's known for committing an abundance of penalties, but we've seen this far both teams committing a lot of penalties in the game, and it's just digging yourself into a bigger hole when you need to try to claw back into this game.
Yep, it's making a tough task even more difficult. Motion across the formation. 4 wide into the H-back slot goes Bolander. Quick throw slot. That is Farrakhan Jr., and he's got space to turn the corner and does. First down and more. That's the kind of play they needed all the way down to the 36-yard line. They needed an explosive play with no flags on the ground to kind of get the juices going again, and maybe that's the play that can jumpstart this offense once again. They badly needed that kind of play.
Yeah, with your quarterback currently not out there, you're going to need your skill players to step up, and Farrakhan is that guy to get the job done, get it into his hands, into open space.
2x2 shotgun set for Miller, dropping back, looking deep over the middle. Heavy pressure, he's got a flush left. Finds a wide open receiver, strike complete. That's Shane Walker, ever present. Down to the 17, great play, and Patrick Miller starting to find his footing here and his rhythm. As far as backup quarterbacks go, about as well prepared as you could possibly hope for. Again, a 3-year letter winner, been out there since his sophomore year as Matoyer's backup.
Yeah, and his ability to escape the pressure out of the pocket there, dodged one guy in this rollout left, and it was a beautiful throw on the run.
No, he's clearly a good athlete, and you have to be to get on varsity as a sophomore. Splitback's gun. Self going to carry it up the middle. Plows forward. Woodlands offensive line getting the job done there. Ball is loose, recovered by the Woodlands. Heads up play there. Looked like Bryce Cooper. Yeah. Bryce Cooper to the rescue there, because that was ruled a fumble on the field, fumbled forward, so works to the Woodlands' advantage. But evading disaster, and here's where the Woodlands can just make a huge play and get themselves back into this football game.
And what could have been very, very dangerous for the Woodlands. Seems like they kind of have the fumble bug today.
Yep, it's been going around. So Miller looking to the sideline, has the play, 4 wide set motion. Showing power set here with trips to the other side. Handoff, Canola, touchdown Highlanders. And the Woodlands pulls a badly needed touchdown back. Joseph Canola, senior running back for the Highlanders. Done a good job helping out at the position all season. And brings his team back to within striking distance here, pending the PAT. Starzyk is out. Be a brief timeout on the field so a Willis player can receive some attention, but Starzyk on for the PAT. Going to try and bring the Woodlands within 8 points, so a very underrated and important PAT here to bring things within that one possession window.
The injury timeout was on number 19, defense.
So here could be a potential roof shot onto the Jet Center here, Sam. Let's see if he puts it up there. Yep. Snap is up, kick, not quite going to hit off the facade there, nearly onto the roof. 6:40 to go in the third quarter. Our score, Willis 39, the Woodlands 31.
Much needed touchdown there from the Woodlands to keep the game in reach.
Yeah, had to have it. Keep yourself within striking distance, especially with the way this Wildcat offense is executing right now. Just they're not putting a foot wrong at the moment. Lagway dialing up the right numbers. Got playmakers like Jermaine Bishop getting loose in those one-on-one matchups on the perimeter, making life real difficult for the Highlanders with those skill position matchups. So you cannot afford any empty possessions if you're the Woodlands at this point.
Yeah, and if I'm the Woodlands defense going into this drive, I'm like, okay, Bishop scored the last 3 touchdowns on us. Let's have somebody else beat us. We're going to, throw out some double teams on them. Don't give them an open space. Make Lagway, throw it to somebody else.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Woodlands, and kind of gets at what we mentioned earlier in the game, all of the skill players for Willis are good. So
absolutely.
Got guys like, DeBron Hampton, DeLeon Robinson. I mean, the list is endless there with the talent they've got at the skill spots. Touchback. Last year, of course, we had the surprise of New Caney emerging as one of the best teams in the district, and Willis kind of matching that feat from New Caney last year and exceeding it in a lot of ways with the level they've been at. New Caney kind of dropped off a little bit its last season, went along in the regular season, and kind of stumbled towards the end there. However, the Woodlands, or Willis rather, they are not showing any kind of drop-off in their play, and of course it helps greatly having a national 5-star prospect in DJ Lagway to keep the machine well-oiled. 3-by-1 shotgun set. Lagway rides in the handoff, hands it to number 5, Terry Lawrence. The junior's going to try that left side and gain about 6 or 7 yards. Good positive play. Second and 3 down in distance, 6:23 and counting on the clock, third quarter. Willis trying to continue their hot streak on offense. Looking kind of unstoppable at the moment. Handoff again. The Woodlands stacks that up. Good run fits there. Like one of the defenders in there was Caleb Phillips, senior team captain for the Highlanders. Bring up 3rd and 2.
Yeah, last time Willis had a 3rd and short last drive, which was a quick little get the ball out pass for a gain of 8, and looks like we'll see that here. We'll see if Woodlands DBs want to play up, but looks like they're still giving
empty backfield for Lagway.
A lot of cushion.
Could be a Lagway draw here as well. More power. Could be about anything. It is the draw. Or not really a draw, just straight keeper up the middle. First down by a yard, easy gain. The issue the Woodlands is encountering in this game now defensively, Sam, is you're caught in that position where you have to show the proper amount of respect to all the athletic ability they have at the skill spots. So as a result, the DBs are having to play off to try and keep things in front of them. However, as a result of that, then you're allowing Willis to kind of do those easy pitch and catch on those bubbles, and then you're relying on your ability to fly up quickly and make tackles before those guys can get going. But Lagway, again, quick throw out flat. That's a nice hit. If they can bring him down. That is how you do it. Outstanding tackle. Number 15, Andy Orr, great tackle there, senior for the Highlanders. That's how you come up and make a tackle. When you're playing a team like this Willis team, Sam, that you have to show that respect to and give that kind of cushion to in the secondary, you've got to react quickly and with authority when that ball goes up to make the tackle before they can get going. Lagway over the middle. He's looking for his main man, Jermaine Bishop, complete, first down.
Yeah, and a little pre-snap motion there from Bishop. And what that allows the receiver to do is, build up some momentum before the ball snaps so they can get that extra step on the defense. And referee kind of looked like he had to get out of the way there as the ball was coming up over the middle.
Yep, Lagway riding in that handoff, quick throw out, completed to number 11, Mickens, Jalen Mickens, junior receiver. Quickly hit, but after a gain of 6. So once again into Highlanders territory. And since he was picked off early, Lagway making no mistakes with the ball, not giving the Woodlands a chance for turnovers. Riding in the handoff straight ahead, first down yardage. Number 5, Terry Lawrence on that carry.
This has been a very time-wasting, clock-chewing drive for Willis, and you have the lead. You want to, get some time off that clock.
Yeah, they've got to be wearing out this Highlanders defense at this point. So we go 3:20 and counting, remaining in the third quarter. First and 10 down in distance. Willis leading 39-31. Trying to add once again to that lead, extend it back to 2 possessions. Motion into the backfield, flag down from the Willis sideline. False start offense.
False start. Number 11 offense. 5-yard penalty.
.309 on our clock as play resumes here. First and 15 after that penalty yardage marked off. Willis once again in business in Highlanders territory. Lagway 2x2 shotgun here, 4 wide. Motion into the backfield now. Bishop across the formation. Pump going deep down the sideline. Not there, however. Good coverage by the Highlanders. Bring up 2nd and 15 now, 3:03 on the game clock remaining in the third. Big down here, Sam, for the Highlanders defense. You have to at least get this Willis offense into a 3rd and long here to give yourself a chance.
Anytime Willis has a 3rd and short, feels like they pick it up almost every time.
Yep, just too many weapons. Heavy pressure applied up the middle. Lagway's going to see it and flush left. Now throwing up the sideline, throws it over the head of the intended receiver, but the second man behind him in support caught it. What's the ruling? Catch. Wow. That was not who Lagway was throwing to.
I'm not sure. He might say he was trying to throw it to that guy.
Yeah, with his ability, he will claim that, and maybe rightly so, but I'm pretty sure he overshot the guy he was going for initially there. But regardless, the chain's moving. Enormous first down into the red zone. 4 wide, 3x1 shotgun for Willis. Bishop into the backfield, jet sweep. Lagway keeps right side up the middle. Bounces off of him into the end zone. Lagway's 3rd rushing touchdown of the game. Willis is going to extend that lead. Laundry coming in once again after the play, well after the play. 2:49 on the clock. Touchdown should stand, unless it was just an extremely late flag. It was thrown well after Lagway entered the end zone. Lengthy conference.
Dead ball. Unsportsmanlike. Number 64, Willis. Kissing the Woodlands crowd. Number 64 has been ejected from the ball game.
And first ejection. So we're still operating under the assumption that the points stand there. But we don't have that official indication yet from the field. So now the Willis coaching staff and Coach Miller are discussing with the officials what exactly happened there. Again, that flag came in well after Lagway had jogged into the end zone. Some attempted tackles by the Highlanders, but they just bounced off of his frame. So after that, the points are applied to the scoreboard. Finally, 45-31, Willis pending this PAT, 2:49 on our third quarter clock. Justin Willis on for the kick. Boots it through easily, has a really nice leg himself. So that's going to extend the Wildcat lead 46-31 over the Woodlands. In this Cats offense, just unstoppable here recently, really since the second quarter, and they kind of found that way to break through the floodgates of the Woodlands there, Sam.
Yeah, you started off the Willis offense 3 of your first 4 drives, not able to put up points on the board, but after that it's been DJ Lagway touchdown, DJ Lagway touchdown, Bishop touchdown, field goal to close at the half, another Bishop touchdown, and then just recently DJ Lagway touchdown. So it's the DJ Lagway, Jermaine Bishop show tonight.
Yeah, very well put. Just too many weapons to account for on that Willis side. And then big part of the game at the high school level is just when you get a quarterback like Lagway, it's just such a force multiplier for everything, because typically normal high school quarterbacks will make these things called mistakes that defenses are usually pretty good at taking advantage of. But a guy like Lagway, he may give you 1 a game if you're lucky, and that's about it. And so you've just got to be completely locked in. And obviously now that the game's gone into full kind of track meet mode, which it became really during the second quarter, those empty possessions just play a huge role and allow the other team to extend the lead. So you feel like you get in a game like this, you can't have any slip-ups because the other team's just going to disappear on the scoreboard potentially. But the Woodlands, another chance to come back here, try and narrow it to 1 possession again. They're going to have to run out. Nice return, still on his feet. Going to hit through a lane on the left side. Shane Walker all the way into Willis territory down to the Cat 39-yard line. So once again, great field position. Have to briefly cut it away here so a Highlander player can receive some attention on the field. So when Patrick Miller and this offense come out, be just 39 yards away with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go here in the third, trailing by 15 points in this 13-6A district championship game. Again, regular season for the Woodlands is over after this game, and they'll have 2 weeks to prepare for their bi-district playoff matchup. Good to see a player coming up under his own power. So we'll resume action here shortly as the teams break their huddles on the respective sidelines.
Yeah, that last Willis drive taking about 4 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, you mentioned that they were kind of being a little bit more methodical on that drive, and again, just dialing all the right numbers there. And most importantly, they finish it with a touchdown. 5 wide here for Miller to start, 1st and 10. Under pressure, has to pull it down. He's just going to go down for a sack, protect the football. Going to lose maybe a yard unless they give him, looks like they're going to be generous there and say he got back to the line. 2:21 and counting here in the third. Four receiver set, motion across the formation, Bolander fly sweep. Some penetration, turns up inside but gets brought down quickly after a gain of just a couple. Flag coming in at the end.
Number 16 after the play, Woodlands, spinning the ball to the ground.
Some frustration being shown out there, so that's going to back the Woodlands up, not needed at all. You mentioned this earlier on in the game, but Trent Miller, head coach for Willis, graduate of Oak Ridge High School. Of course, we mentioned that he came into this building 2 years ago in bi-district and beat the Woodlands with the Lions. Very similar kind of score that's playing out here in this one. Miller, deep out route, going to be caught by Self into Willis territory.
It's decision time.
Yep, not much of a decision here. Trailing by 2 possessions, and with Willis doing what they're doing on the scoreboard, even though technically they're within Starzik's range, you gotta get touchdowns now. 3-by-1 shotgun set. 4 wide. Joseph Canola in the backfield flanking Miller. Looking deep, looking for a post. Outstanding throw. Wow, touchdown. What a throw, Patrick Miller. Quadell Farrakhan Jr. with the reception in the end zone. Take a bow, Mr. Miller. That was a picture-perfect deep ball on the post. There was double coverage in the area of Farrakhan, so he really had to throw him open there with not a whole lot of room to work with in the end zone, but drops an absolute peach into the back of the end zone.
Splits the safeties.
Nice route by Farrakhan as well to create that space. Starzik on for the PAT. Minute and 24 remaining in the third. Huge play for the Highlanders to keep themselves in with a shot. Starzik, no mistakes there, so that brings our score back to 1 possession game, Sam. Willis, 46, the Woodlands, 38, 1:24 to go, third quarter.
And, I mean, Patrick Miller having the confidence on a 4th and 11 to take a shot at the end zone is amazing.
Yep, they wanted it deep. You could see from the second he took the snap, the way he got his drop there. That's exactly where they were looking, and we mentioned it a few seconds ago there, Sam. You got to get 6s with the way Lagway and Willis are playing. That's the only thing that's going to get the job done, and, I mean, that was a rainmaker of a throw. He got that one elevated, and it just dropped in perfectly.
Farrakhan able to sneak behind the safeties.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have walked into the end zone and handed him the ball any better than he threw that nearly 50 yards in the air. So Starzik on, lining up for a deep kick. Let's see if he does that, or maybe a squib. He is going to put his foot through it. Going to be returnable. And Willis looking for every opportunity to do just that. Coverage is there. And the Woodlands is going to tackle the player there just short of the 15-yard line. Going to be spotted on the 13, actually. And that was number 9 for Willis, Amari Holmes, on that return. You know, with the talent that Willis has, they're looking for any opportunity to get their hands on the ball and make something happen. But the Woodlands, Sam, just doing an excellent job of kick coverage. You saw multiple green bodies that were in position unblocked there.
Yeah, and that ball was kicked pretty deep to the back of the end zone. If you're Willis there, probably should have taken the knee for the touchback, but does not. So we'll get to see DJ Lagway back out here.
So DJ Lagway casually strolling back out onto the field. 3-by-1 shotgun. Going to ride in that handoff up the middle. The Woodlands was stacked up there with 5 across the front, Sam, playing that run. And they stop it.
What I've been noticing when Willis hands the ball off is DJ gets it, and he kind of like lunges forward a little bit. And it kind of tips off the defense knowing it's going to be a run. Something I've noticed in this game is when he goes to hands it off, he kind of like leans forward a little bit more.
Yep, 5 wide set here, empty back. Now, taking his time is Lagway. Play is off now, looking for a square in route, complete. Just a laser throw to DeBron Hampton there. Just short of the first down by a few yards, so it's going to bring up a 3rd down and 3 to go. They're going to call it 2, actually.
I think they're going to take it into the 4th quarter after that play.
Yep. Clock at 14 seconds and counting. This third quarter ticks away here, so the flipping ends of the field. Going into the fourth quarter, still a one-possession football game. Do not go anywhere. Willis 46, the Woodlands 38. Fourth quarter upcoming.
But this should be a fantastic fourth quarter approaching. As it's a one-possession game, Willis has the ball. Crucial third down coming up. But Willis hasn't been in this close of a game all year. DJ Lagway usually not in the fourth quarter around this time, so.
Yep, it's been easy pickings for Willis all year in terms of just getting that separation on the scoreboard. Have threatened to do so a couple of points here in this game, but the Woodlands just doing everything they can to stay in this game. But here is where the Highlanders defense has to come up with a stop, preferably more than that here, to just give their offense a chance to continue moving the football so they can score the needed points to try and win this. But, yeah, stopping this offense is easier, much easier said than done. Here is Lagway. Empty backfield.
No, nobody over the middle. Could just see a quarterback draw.
Yeah, it's there if they break through that initial point of attack. Motion across formation. Lagway is going to go straight ahead. Puts his head down, first down.
He gets it.
Yeah, and that was like on a platter for him, as we mentioned there. Quick timeout on the field. Chains will move for the Cats when we resume action here. We invite those of you on this live stream to seek out all of the Conroe ISD Sports social media channels, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, of course, which you're already on. Hit that like and subscribe button on both the channels for Woodforest Bank Stadium and Moorhead. So here is Lagway again in that empty set. Again, motion into the backfield. Handoff on the sweep, left side. Jermaine Bishop going to be tackled before he can get a full head of steam there after just maybe a yard or two. Bring up a 2nd and 7.
And the Woodlands defense trying everything they can formation-wise. Looks like they're showing 6 guys on the line.
Yeah, 6 men across the line. Now backing off. Lagway just going to escape right where they were trying to bring the pressure. Makes a man miss, and he's going to turn the corner. Very good athletic play. Just pulling out everything in his athletic arsenal this evening. Chains move once again for Willis, showing that big-time talent. And Lagway, really since that second quarter kicked off, just playing in a mode that the Woodlands has been unable to respond to, just kind of playing at that big-time level that is really difficult to have an answer for on the high school level, really at any level when a quarterback's playing like this. Some flags come in.
Prior to snap,
delay.
Number 2 offense, 5-yard penalty.
So there's a small bit of help there for the Highlanders, Sam. Not much, but it's something.
Yeah, definitely making it now that 1st and 15 Might change the play call here for.
Yep, 11:07 on our clock, 1st and 15 play here. Lagway makes the handoff under heavy pressure up the middle, but escapes to the left, picks up a block or two, flips a pass out, flags come in.
Might be a blindside block.
Yep, could be there on Willis. We'll see how that is signaled.
Usually,
if so, again, would be a nice bonus for the Woodlands, as that creates a significant yardage situation.
Because usually when quarterback goes one way and then flips to other fields.
Yep, see if they pick it up or nope, they're going to wave it.
Wow.
That could have been a huge moment in our football game here in the 4th, but officials pick it up as they've done a few times here tonight on certain calls or non-calls. So 2nd and 10 on the down and distance. Pass was completed to Jermaine Bishop Jr., a sophomore who's been ever present today, making a ton of plays. Lagway, quick dump on the slant over the middle, completed to number 6, DeLeon Robinson, the junior.
And here we go again. Here on the 3rd and short.
Yep, 3rd and about 4. Yeah, 3rd and 4 they're calling it.
Willis has virtually been unstoppable on 3rd and short, and this Woodlands crowd is trying to get into it.
Yeah, trying to get behind their defense a little bit here. 4 wide set, 2 to each side. 5 wide, rather. Tried another quick throw over the middle. That was really dangerous.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. It'll be 4th down.
That was quite dangerous. It was a forward pass that was batted down, and that could have easily been picked off. Going to bring up a 4th down, so huge stop for the Woodlands, and the punt team for Willis is coming on. That's what they needed. Now they've got to make sure they get a quick fielding of this punt, guard against any kind of fake idea that Willis may have. You know, with the caliber of athletic talent that Willis puts on the field, you've got to guard against the fake, and the athletes they have back there. Jalen Mickens, for one, is very capable of taking their direct snap. Is going to go back to the punter, so no shenanigans. End over end punt. Going to go out short of the 20. So where will they spot it exactly? Going to walk out to the 25-yard line. So here is the major opportunity of the game for the Woodlands here in the second half. Sam, they finally got that stop, which they haven't gotten,
and
it seems like in forever. Yeah. 10:15 on our game clock, down by 1 possession technically with the 8 points. You can go for 2 and tie it potentially if you get into the end zone. So you have to take advantage. Split back shotgun look here for Miller. 3 receivers in the game. Hand off to Paracon on the sweep left side. Going to try and turn the corner.
Nowhere.
Not going to do it. Nowhere to go there. Strung out by Willis for about a yard loss. The Woodlands here in the second half, they've tried to give Miller some of that extra protection of having 2 running backs alongside of him. Clock at 9:45 and counting here in the 4th quarter. The Woodlands trying to keep their district championship hopes alive here. Throw over the middle, wide open. What a catch. Oh, my goodness. Aiden Self, he one-handed that. First down. He one-hand stabbed that.
And he almost took off there if he would have broke that tackle.
And he was nearly gone, you're right. One-hand stab. Beautiful.
And as we mentioned earlier, with the starting quarterback out, the skill guys are going to have to step up and make some big plays, and we see Self do that there.
Yep, so 2x2 shotgun for Miller. 4 wide, motion into the backfield. Bolander into the H-back slot, showing a power run. Now Miller's going to keep it, try the left side. Ball is on the turf, recovered by Willis, but what's the call? Looks like they're going to give it to Willis. Wow.
Huge.
They're going to call a fumble. The Woodlands trying to say that it was down, but the ruling on the field so far Was a fumble now, a flag being thrown on the Woodlands for talking to the officials. Officials, we just heard out loud, they asked, was his knee down?
Guess didn't know he had his microphone turned on. But
there's potentially a flag down for unsportsmanlike. So lengthy discussion to confirm what everybody saw here. Here's the signal. Nope, more conference.
Yeah, this is, I mean.
So line judge coming in now to give his explanation. He had a view from the Woodland sideline.
Most pivotal moment.
No, they're calling fumble.
You have a clear recovery by Willis. It'll be first down. After the play, dead ball, unsportsmanlike, number 74 Woodlands. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Yeah, I think they may have gotten the wrong number there on that unsportsmanlike. It seemed to be. The referee threw it in the direction of another player, so they got that number wrong. Won't say what number it was because it doesn't really matter. But regardless, that is a back-breaking sequence there potentially for the Woodlands. But still, Willis has to do the job here and punch it in, but they've got excellent field position on the 34-yard line of the Woodlands. But, yeah, talk about getting the wind taken out of your sails there. So
yeah, you were moving comfortably down the field. Just had that big play from Self, and then Miller coughs it up.
Motion into the backfield. Lagway going to ride in the handoff left side. Woodlands is going to tackle. Flag comes in from the Woodlands sideline. That was number 5 on the carry for Willis. Terry Lawrence III. They're going to call a hold.
71 offense from the spot of the foul. Still first down.
So 8:56 left in our game. Willis nursing that 8-point lead, going to get backed up with a little bit of penalty yardage, so nice little bonus there. The Woodlands needed some help, and they just got a little bit. We'll see if that proves significant or not here. Again, Willis very much in business in the Woodlands half of the field. Motion into the backfield. Handoff on the fly, sweep to Bishop Jr. Trying for space, not a ton there to work with. Just gains a few. So down in distance-wise as we are at 8:30 and counting remaining in the game. Bring us to a 2nd and 11. See if the Woodlands can find a way to impact the backfield here potentially. Lagway pulls the handoff, quick throw to the slot. That's Bishop again dancing away from tackles, just trying to throw multiple stiff arms, and they're going to flag that. So Bishop Jr. is going to get flagged for, turned into Floyd Mayweather at the end of that catch and run there. Just throwing a couple of haymakers. And
I did mention it was a heavyweight fight earlier, so don't think it's that type of heavyweight fight, though.
No, I don't think so. I mentioned in the first half, the only thing we seemed to be missing was a jump from the top rope with the chair, but so we'll see again, lengthy conferencing.
Live ball, unsportsmanlike, number 7 Willis. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Still first down.
So spot foul, going to keep it 1st and 10 for Willis, however. Back him up to the 35. 8:04 on the clock when we resume the next snap here. in Willis on this drive, not looking to do too much, Sam, just kind of doing some handoffs and then doing some simple throws for Lagway kind of underneath the coverage.
You don't want to turn the ball over. You're winning the turnover battle, which is something the Woodlands has been very good throughout the course of this season. As we mentioned, only 2 turnovers going into this game all season for Woodlands, and they have, I believe, 4 just tonight.
Yeah, and one more touchdown here for the Wildcats could go a long way, making it extremely difficult for the Woodlands, despite the 8 minutes and 4 seconds we have on the clock being a pretty long time, especially in this game with the pace that we're moving at here. If Lagway in this offense are able to extend that back to 2 possessions, the clock is very much against the Highlanders at that point, so they've got to just fight tooth and nail with everything they've got here to keep this within reach.
Correction, it'll be second down. The clock is dead.
So they're going to call it second down after that, 2nd and 11. Highlanders bringing a little twist done up front. Lagway sees it, throws it, open receiver, caught, touchdown. That's number 11, Jalen Mickens. Again, the Highlanders brought a twist stunt there that was going to land, but Lagway saw it and kept his cool enough to be able to float that ball over to his open man in the end zone. Excellent read by Lagway, and execution on that throw just showed a lot of arm strength there because I think he came up on his toes.
I think he threw that ball all in the air. I don't even think he was on the ground. That's a
was that a 35-yard jump pass we just saw?
In the air. When we see the replay of this, I'm going to – because if that just shows how great of an arm talent he is.
Yeah, because you're just not supposed to be able to do that coming off platform like that.
I'm absolutely shocked right now. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, the PAT up and true. So the score is now Willis 53, the Woodlands 38 with 7:57 remaining in our game. We're waiting on a potential replay to verify what we just saw. But, yeah, either way, outstanding play by Lagway just in terms of the recognition and the arm talent that Sam just noted.
I mean, this is the reason this Willis team has been so dominant all year.
Yeah, and if you're
the conductor.
Yeah, exactly. The conductor, when you have a player like this at the high school level, just obviously fans of Willis don't need to be told this, but you have to just sit there, and really all high school fans, I mean, you have to sit there and enjoy it because it's very rare. And I would think that everyone in Willis's community now, they probably understood it for a long time because the Lagways are one of those well-established families in the Willis area, and they've seen this guy coming from many miles away since the youth levels. One of those no-doubter type of talents that just one of those kids, and I've actually met him personally along with my son, and just he has the total package just as a person and an athlete. In the University of Florida, at least at this point, and he seems very firm in that commitment. The Gators very lucky to be pulling this talent out of the state of Texas. Very much our loss here in the Lone Star State. But regardless, Lagway, when he heads over there into Florida, going to be a great representative for the state there in Gator country.
But if you're the Woodlands, must be a touchdown here is what it feels like to stay in the game.
Yep,
Ball should have been placed at the left hash. The coach asked prior to the kickoff.
Yep, so you're going to spot the ball on the left hash. The Woodlands, Patrick Miller on their own 25, and they've got to start thinking about shots now because obviously the clock and the scoreboard both well against them. And that's what they're going to do first play.
Oh.
Some heavy contact. Wow. That was a wrestling match going on. Little judo going on when they were running that route. Now, Patrick Rebel was the intended man up the seam, headed straight up the hash mark, and Willis defender had copious handfuls of his jersey. Sam, I've been looking for an excuse to use the word copious on this broadcast, and there it was.
Number 4 defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Good thing about that pass interference in high school and in colleges, it's not a spot foul, so.
The foul was on number 8.
But regardless, helps the Woodlands tremendously in that it stops the clock. It's 7:51 to go in the game. Chains move with the first down. So 4 wide set here, 2 to each side for Miller. Flag thrown, maybe a free play here for the Highlanders. He's going to take that shot again, contact downfield. Rebel
there
again,
was some
and
hand,
another flag. Yeah, a lot of hand activity.
It looked like Rebel had his hand out there as well.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both. We'll see, but about 4 flags down on the field for different reasons.
One at the snap.
It has rained yellow here at Woodforest Bank Stadium this afternoon. Conference to sort out exactly what needs to happen here. The multiple infractions going on, which one counts? Or if there's an offsetting type of situation here, they end up going against a Rebel with that call downfield.
Offside. Defense. That penalty decline.
Yep, they're both going against the both going against Willis.
Defense. Number 8. 15-yard penalty.
So offsides, penalty, decline, pass interference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it looks like
the ball into Willis territory.
They're going at corner number 8, Jevin Allen.
Yep, so Rebel picking up 2 PIs against the defense, trying to help his boys out. So ball on the 45 of Willis. 4 receivers set for Miller, 2 to each side. That back and gun, heavy pressure up the middle. He's going to go down. Too many bodies coming through for Willis there. Just coming at him in waves. Heavy loss back to his own 45, so 10-yard loss on that sack. Again, more kind of jawing after the play, but separated this time. No flags come down as a result. Officials trying the psychological approach this time.
2nd and 20 here. Clock is running.
4 wide, got trips to Miller's right. The Woodlands moving from north to south. We're at 7 minutes, 6:58 in counting here left in the game. Timeout now on the field to the Woodlands. That'll be the first charge timeout here for the Highlanders in the second half.
Yeah, play clock was winding down. Don't want to take another penalty.
No, absolutely none of that needed at this juncture. The Highlanders at the point where they need everything to fall just right to give themselves a chance in what we have left of this district championship encounter here in 13-6A. Regardless of result tonight, the Woodlands will be the top seed in Division I playoff bracket from this district. Willis, on the other hand, even if they emerge and hold on to this lead with the win here tonight, still not guaranteed the Division I still not guaranteed the top seed in the Division II bracket because Oak Ridge only has 1 loss in the district. So if Oak Ridge were to come out next week and beat Willis, then Oak Ridge would actually be the top seed in Division II because they would finish on the same district record if that happens. So the Willis job not quite done with regard to their playoff positioning. After today, they've still got to go get that wrapped up against Oak Ridge next week. Oak Ridge guaranteed Division II now. That Conroe High School and College Park are going to play for that 4th playoff spot next week. And that team's going to go and be the 2nd seed in Division I. Miller back to pass, throwing the screen, caught by Self. He's got room around the left side if he can hit the corner, but Willis getting enough guys out to string that out. Self picks up the penalty yardage back, though, and gets out of bounds. So just to recap that playoff discussion, the Woodlands guaranteed to be your top seed in Division I. Oak Ridge and Willis are guaranteed to be the 2 Division II playoff representatives in this district, but seeding between them will be determined next week, and then College Park and Conroe will determine who is the 2nd seed in the Division I playoff bracket in that game next week, which Sam and I will be on the call for. Roll to the right, Miller. Looking for a corner out. Didn't have enough time to see it come open. Now he's going to pull around to the left. Wide open green grass. Going to ride out of bounds. First down. Late block applied by Rebel at the end of that run. Sends a Willis defender flying. No flag thrown. Had a punt return type situation develop on that play. Smart by Miller to not try and force the issue going. He wanted to go to the right and throw a deep corner route, Sam.
Yeah, but corner route was not there. Jermaine Bishop on the coverage, and Miller does a great job of circling back around the field.
Yep, bunch shotgun set for receivers. Flip on the fly sweep going up for Farrakhan Jr. Going to try and turn the left side. Does. It's the first down and more. Out of bounds. Going to be spotted at the 15-yard line of Willis. The Highlanders in business. Red zone opportunity.
Yeah, and every time Willis has tried to break away in this game, it seems like the Woodlands have answered.
Yep, done just enough to try and keep themselves within striking distance. Begin clock not their friend, so they've got to make it happen here and do it quickly. Some movement. Woodlands offensive lineman slapped the Willis defender to kind of reinforce the point. Offsides.
Offsides. Defense. 5-yard penalty.
So 5 yards. Going to move it down to the 10-yard line. 6:34 on our game clock. Trying to keep that up to date for y'all in case it's coming in and out on the stream. Be 1st and 5 after that penalty. The line to gain for the first down, of course, is the 5-yard line. 2 timeouts remaining for the Woodlands, all 3 left for Willis. Here is Miller, shotgun, 4 wide. Motion into the backfield, Bolander. Back to pass, looking for a corner route. Receiver is hit, falls down. No flag. They're going to say it was incidental contact there. It was Bolander who had motioned into the backfield, and then we have a little extracurricular activity that appears to have been missed. A little kung fu action in the end zone after that play, which is not allowed typically. So for all the flags we've had thrown into this game, that was one of the more obvious instances, and no dice. So here we go. 2nd and 5, 4 wide, 2x2. Miller back to pass again. Slant route, open, touchdown to Quanell Farrakhan Jr. Having himself a day here tonight. So the Highlanders not going quietly into the evening. Another flag comes in well after the action. Unsportsmanlike.
Number 13, Willis.
Ooh.
Going against Willis, that's going to have an impact on the kickoff.
On the kickoff, yeah.
Yep. And Starzyk likely to boot it out of the end zone, but maybe.
We might, yeah. I mean, you might try to see him try to get the ball back.
Yeah, maybe if you're going to be a little bit more advanced, go ahead and try for the onside, given you have not stopped Lagway except for that one time.
Number 13, Willis. That's the 2nd. That'll cause ejection from the ball game.
So another ejection. That's the 2nd Willis player that's been ejected from the game. Our score pending this PAT, 53 Willis, 44 the Woodlands, 6:25 on the game clock in the 4th quarter. Here comes Starzyk to try and reduce the lead 1 point further. Kick is up and good. So Willis 53, the Woodlands 45. Don't go anywhere yet. One possession football game. Very much in the balance. Still plenty of time on the clock, especially in this game. Seen a ton of momentum swings in short periods of time, so who knows what's going to happen here down the stretch. Outstanding, entertaining evening of high school football, Sam. Don't think we could have asked for much better than this.
Definitely could not have.
Yeah, for pure entertainment value, this game has had absolutely everything.
So the drama.
Big plays, flags, chippiness.
Yeah, this is everything you wanted of a district championship game.
Yeah, playoff feel with the Saturday afternoon kick, and even though it's kind of useless to think about now, you always kind of think back to that Thursday night, what would have happened.
Yeah.
You know, how would the game be different had it been played on that night instead of tonight, or this afternoon? But yeah, moot point. Given we ended up moved to the Saturday kickoff because of that storm postponement. So yeah, Sam, look at where Starzyk gets to put this ball down in Willis territory.
Yeah, I think you try to get aggressive here and try to.
Yeah, have to onside. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but I mean.
Even if you try to get the ball back here.
Yeah, because I mean, either way, you're
worst
gonna have
things worse. I
decent
mean,
field
they're still on.
He's set up for it, so looking for the high bounce here.
Looks like you got all your skill players out there. The hands team for Willis.
Yep. Absolute onside disposition. Two kickers running up to it. It's not going to be Starzyk. Going to go left.
10 yards.
Does get the bounce, but fielded cleanly, it looks like, by the Willis player.
And flag.
It looks like contact may have been made before the 10 yards traveled, or was it caught inside it?
I thought the Willis.
Yeah, Willis can touch it
it.
inside
Yeah.
10 yards. They can definitely do that, but
I'm not sure.
Yep. The Woodlands looked to apply the hit after he fielded it. Let's see what the call could be potentially. Can sometimes be offsides on the team that's pursuing the onside. Highlanders defense coming out onto the field.
During the kick, we had early blocking. 5-yard penalty. The ball be placed to the 31-yard line. First down.
So they're going to call early blocking. So I guess what happened in that instance with the Woodlands clearly trying to execute an onside kick, you're not allowed to contact an opposing player before the 10 yards are up. So if you try and block or screen anyone off of the football before it's traveled that 10 yards, then you get penalized.
But Willis in no rush to get down the field here. Ball is in.
Yep, they will gladly bleed this clock out if they can do it, but Highlanders chance here for their defense to make a stop and give their offense a chance, but they've got to do what has been extremely hard to do and stop these guys. Here's Lagway, pitch out. Bishop looking for the sideline again, throwing haymakers as he tries to stiff arm. He contacted a coach on the sideline, so that's going to be an unsportsmanlike, and we might see another ejection here. Potentially. But we'll see what the call is. But, yeah, it looks like a Woodlands coach was actually contacted there on the sideline, and that's not allowed.
But some of these Willis players play two ways a lot of the game.
Number 7, Willis. Dead ball. Unsportsmanlike. Number 95 on the bench, Woodlands. Those penalties offset.
Oh, wow. Offsetting penalties. So that could have really been huge in the favor of the Highlanders, but somebody on the sideline, they're saying, for the Woodlands did something they weren't allowed to do. And so instead of Willis getting a big penalty, offsetting. That's big.
Yeah, that's huge.
6:13 on the game clock, Sam.
15-yard swing there.
Yep, 3-by-1 shotgun set, 4 wide for Lagway. Handoff trying the left side. What a move. Wow, he put his foot in the dirt there and just plowed ahead for a first down. That was really nice athletic ability displayed by the Willis running back. They're fighting for the ball on the ground now, but not sure what there is to fight for exactly because it was a pretty standard going down to the ground situation. On that impressive run was DeLeon Robinson for the Cats. First down in the Woodlands territory, ball on the 42-yard line of the Highlanders. 6:06 on the clock. It stopped there. 3-by-1 shotgun. Going to roll now. Restarted. And Lagway going to ride in that handoff once again. Robinson again on the carry. Just going to roll forward. Good positive yardage. Willis perfectly content to do this all the way down the field.
Yeah, so time just ticking off that clock.
Yep, just bleeding it as far as they can. Play clock under 10. So Lagway's going to get the troops moving here. 5:20 and counting in the game. Here's Lagway straight up the gut. QB blast. Going to have the first down. Still moving. They're going to whistle it dead. Actually came out of there still on his feet. Beast mode.
Yeah, Willis playing real conservative here with all rushing plays on this drive. Don't want to force anything through there to stop the clock or potentially an interception.
Yep, clock and field position very much their friends. No reason to do anything other than exactly what they've done here. 3-by-1 shotgun. Lagway motion into the backfield, fly sweep. Going to be handed off. Bishop, the man who's made a ton of plays, smartly keeps himself in bounds for a first down. Chains move, first down for the Wildcats. Looking to provide a final hammer blow here if they can punch it into the end zone. But Sam, we've seen some wild things in this game.
Oh,
so we're just
I would not be
wait
surprised with anything
out.
at this point. We've seen it all.
Yep, anything goes in this game, so let's just watch what plays out here. Motion into the backfield. Lagway, handoff up the middle. Robinson going to ping pong off a couple of defenders, spinning about 4 yards straight ahead.
And Willis taking already 3 minutes on this drive.
Yep, 3-by-1 shotgun here for Lagway again. Handoff right up the middle. Robinson stacked up. No gain there. Maybe, yeah, they're going to call it no gain. So we are at 3:13 and counting remaining in the game. Down in distance,
And
3rd and 5.
Here's one of the 3rd and shorts that Willis has been so effective all day long.
Yeah, and for Willis here, although they would obviously like to punch the ball in the end zone, they can kick a field goal and extend that lead to 2 possessions as well. So 3 points accomplishes the same objective here.
Timeout.
2:38 on the clock as a timeout is called by Willis. Going to discuss this 3rd down play as the Highlanders defense will come over to their coaches and huddle up. That critical juncture of the game where you have to figure out, fighting for your district title, how to come up with a play in these kind of circumstances where it seems unlikely to be able to do so, but again, that ball is snapped. Anything can happen, so you've got to be punching at the football, doing whatever you can, whatever you have to try and force any kind of turnover. That rake move that defenders can use, sometimes one of the most valuable weapons they have at their disposal. I feel like it's not done quite as much as it should be, and best player I've ever seen at doing that is Derek Johnson. Played for Waco High School, University of Texas, and then for Washington in the NFL for over a decade. Here is shotgun 4 wide for Willis on this 3rd and 5 play, 2:38 left in the game. Lagway pulls it, now under heavy pressure, going to spin left. Wow. Hits the sideline, tackled out of bounds. Where are they going to mark it? Just short of the first down. Ball marked on the 7, about a yard short. But Lagway did extremely well to gain that yardage because there was nowhere to go on the right. So the only thing he could do was spin out to the left side and get what he could. And yeah, again, just quarterbacks like this, they make it impossible to be right on defense. It's like they dialed up the pressure just like you want to, and then the guy just spins away from it and makes a play.
Yeah, this is...
like you can do nothing about that.
We're going to see what Willis decides to do here, because very interesting. You feel like you want to take your 3 points, but you always have, the variable of block, bad snap, could miss it also. So if you pick up the first down, you go for it. You just need 1 yard, and with how big Lagway is, I feel like you can get a yard with him.
Yep, exactly. However, again, wild things in this game, I'm not so sure I don't just line up and kick a field goal, because we have seen their kicker boot through a 45-yard field goal easily. And if you kick a field goal, you get the same effect on the scoreboard, which is that 2-possession lead with just the 2:26 remaining in the game. So I'm almost inclined to just line up and take the 3 points here.
You could also come out here, hard count, try to draw them off sides.
Yep, you could have some of that. It's Lagway and the offense coming back out. They're not going anywhere. So Willis coaching staff deciding we've got a 5-star QB, so we're just going to keep the ball in his hands and trust him.
Definitely could be a hard count here, though.
They're setting up for a quarterback straight ahead. QB power. Yep, moves ahead. He's just going to muscle for the first down.
And that time's just going to be rolling off that clock.
Yep, starting to roll now. 2:16 and counting. And the Woodlands has 1 timeout remaining to stop it. Willis has 2 timeouts left. Willis players starting to gesture towards their sideline, their fans, to cheer them on as they try and close this one out and move to 9-0 on the season. The Woodlands would finish 7-3. Handoff up the middle, touchdown. So the Wildcats are going to go through the big door to finish this one and punch it in for pay dirt. Terry Lawrence III, junior running back, going straight ahead on the power play, punching it into the end zone, giving the Willis 59 points. So that's going to do it for the result, most likely with 1:47 remaining in our game. Pinning the PAT here. Fans filing out on both sides now.
Trying to beat the traffic.
Yep, Justin Willis here, the aptly named end over end, the rare end over end PAT goes through. Tacks on the point, so Willis is going to hit the 60 spot here tonight. Wildcats 60, the Woodlands 45.
And this just proves that the Willis offense can score on any team this far.
Yep,
but
there's
still,
no doubt they're totally legit, and I expected as much with Lagway and the array of skill talent they had. what looked to be a little bit dicey for Willis early on was that the Woodlands defensive line was really dominating them up front.
Yeah, that pressure early really made Lagway feel pressured and uncomfortable, but as he, goes out through the game, handles adversity well.
But let's think back, Sam, real quick, to what broke that ability in the Woodlands defense. What happened in that second quarter back-to-back was 2 very long runs by Lagway, taking advantage of the no linebackers over the middle of the field and just getting that little sliver of daylight he needed to burst through there and run untouched to the end zone both times. And I feel like that's what those 2 runs absolutely changed the game for this Willis Wildcats offense and offset the pressure that the Woodlands had generated throughout that first quarter and change, and was keeping Willis at bay in large part. But those 2 runs absolutely broke the game.
Yeah, huge props to the Willis
Pooch kick,
play calling.
The fielded return opportunity up the left sideline out of bounds. Minute 44 after that run out of bounds. So 15-point lead, of course, here for Willis. So still within the 2-possession striking distance, but the Woodlands needing a miracle. As Patrick Miller and the offense step out back onto the field, trying to make everything they can happen here and give every bit of effort they have left. And both of these teams are clearly putting everything they've got into this game. Miller in the tough position of having to take over at the position late in the second quarter. But he's performed very well here in the second half after picking up a little bit of rhythm. I'm still thinking back to that touchdown pass he dropped in there to Quanto Farrakhan Jr., just an absolute peach of a throw.
Yeah, both of these offenses played great today. It's just what really hurt the Woodlands was just some costly turnovers and some what hurt both teams, definitely the penalties throughout the whole game.
Yeah, those turnovers in the second quarter was really huge. It changed the game with Lagway's big runs that we just talked about, and then the exchange of turnovers where I think the Woodlands had back-to-back turnovers go against them, I believe, in that one sequence that we noted. Yeah, I think they were both fumbles, right?
Yeah, on the other. There have been 4 fumbles today by the Woodlands, and it's an anomaly we've seen. As it's a team that's very ball secure.
The Willis Wildcats are turning this into a dance session out at midfield as they await resuming a play here. They are fired up, and rightly so from their perspective. Two-by-two shotgun here for the Woodlands. Flair left side, going to be caught first down easy by Self, going to be ushered out of bounds into Willis territory. So that's the good initial chunk of yardage that you needed, and you get out of bounds. Four wide shotgun here for Miller. Back to pass, looking deep as you would expect. Flushed left, got to throw it away now. Second and 10, minute 30 to go in the contest. Woodlands trying to punch it in once again here and give themselves one last opportunity at an onside kick. If you score quickly, it's right there for you still with that chance. Motion into the backfield across from Bollander. Heavy pressure applied screen. Farrakhan, he's got space if he can get around these blocks. Turns it up the seam, has the first down, but just tripped up.
Shoestring tackle there.
Shoestring tackler, that's housed.
And you got
121, they're resetting the chains spike coming up. Chains haven't moved yet. Offsides declined. First down, Chains still yet to move. Miller just going to take it straight, drop back, throw to the flat. Farrakhan caught sideline, getting out of bounds inside the 20. The Chains on the far side actually didn't move, so they were not in place when the ball was snapped, but the officials allowed that to move ahead. I guess they were not aware the Chains hadn't moved. Willis player is going to receive some attention on the field after that last play. 1:12 left on the game clock. The Woodlands, with the old poker analogy, a chip and a chair left, as we say in Texas Hold'em.
That's all you need.
And that's all you need, as Sam rightly points out.
But there is still life for the Woodlands here.
Yep, still life. You punch in the touchdown, of course, and then give yourself that onside opportunity. And who knows, there have been stranger things to happen in the game of football over the years, which I've personally seen at every level. So stick around. This thing is not over. And these Highlanders players not quitting at all. Miller coming in to lead this offense admirably in the second half. Since taking over late in the second quarter, guys like Aiden Self, Quanell Farrakhan Jr., Shane Walker making big plays. Again, just leaving everything out here on the field. Hard to have many complaints about the points output for the Woodlands when you put 45 on the board. That's good enough to win basically 99.9% of the time. But in that 0.1% of the time when you face a DJ Lagway, not quite that straightforward.
Not at all.
So here we go, empty set backfield for Miller. Again, 1:12 on the game clock. 1st and 10. Has coverage. Self had what he wanted. Step on the defender. Self was there. Was trying to throw the ball to where only his man would catch it or no one. Succeeded in that, but just overshot Self, who was open. 1:08. 2nd and 10 coming up. Again, the Woodlands, one timeout left in the game, trying their very best to preserve that in case they can punch it in here without needing to use that. Heavy pressure applied. Ooh. Blitz was on, and Miller brought down forcefully there. That was DeQuinton Willis, junior there for the Wildcats, number 16, just free off the edge. So the Woodlands quickly having to try and get back in position. So now they're going to use their final timeout of the game.
Yeah. The official pointed that Willis called the timeout, but that wouldn't have made much sense. So desperation time for the Woodlands.
Yep, desperation and fine margins in the game, as we talked about on the play right before that sack. Have Self open in the end zone, but unable to connect, and then the very next play, big sack. So bring up 3rd and 19, 1:01 on the clock when play resumes here. Willis with one timeout remaining, the Woodlands with none after that. So I would expect another shot at the end zone. You got two opportunities to take shots at the end zone here if you're the Woodlands. Technically on this 3rd and 19 play, you can complete it short of the end zone, get what you can get, but you've got to quickly get up and spike the ball, of course, not let too much of that clock expire, and then you'll have the 4th down coming up, in theory, if you don't pick up the 1st down on that. But they can. Line to gain for the 1st down is the 10-yard line. Ball is on the 29. 3rd and 19. Miller back to pass. Throwing the out route, but incomplete, just short of Bolander being able to catch it. He was open. 57 seconds. So 4th and 19, ball game coming up right here.
Yeah, it could be the last offensive play for the Woodlands regular season here.
and 2 weeks to prepare for the playoffs for the Woodlands. Following this game, Willis back in action against Oak Ridge next week. At home, I believe. Back to pass. Throw in the slant completed. First down, yards gained. Down to the 1. We're not done here yet. Down to the 2 is where they're going to spot it. That is Patrick Rebell on that catch, senior receiver. Threaded through a tight window there by Miller. There was coverage on hand and thrown perfectly. Back to pass, fade route. Walker. Ooh, nearly caught, but would have been out of bounds most likely, even had he come down with that.
Oh, there is a flag.
Flag.
Roughing the passer.
Roughing the passer. 38 seconds to go in regulation. Auto first down, of course. That's going to place the ball, should be on the 1. Yeah, half the distance, not very far to go there. Let's see if Self is the man to get it here. Willis going to call their final timeout.
Every single timeout used in this game. All 12 of them.
So, Sam, we have been out here for nearly 4 hours. It is 4:53.
Been a long game.
Long game. Longest game of the year for sure that I have called. But worth every second. Feel like we are going to consume all of the YouTube bandwidth with this one. Hopefully plenty of folks sticking around on the live stream. And, of course, for anyone watching this back, hope you're enjoying seeing this one perhaps multiple times, because this is one of those games you could watch back several times, and we hope you do, of course. So here we go, 4 receivers, shotgun from the 1. Miller, out route, complete touchdown. Quadel Farrakhan Jr., he's got at least 3.
That's his hat trick
tonight. Yeah, it's at least a hat trick, yeah.
In the second half, I believe.
Yep, he has been a very, very good key player here tonight for the Highlanders, this afternoon, I should say. Getting into tonight. Starsick on for the PAT. Big one to tack on for many and obvious reasons. Got to get it to the 8 points. Snap is good. Kick is up and true. So Willis 60, the Woodlands 52, 34 seconds remaining.
And
so everybody knows what's coming up here next. Sam, get ready.
Willis going to throw out their best hands on the hands team, and Woodlands went for an onside kick earlier in the half, and it was kind of a little bit of some trickeration.
Yep, 2 kickers involved. And
probably won't see that here.
Yep, they may try and show that same kind of action, but perhaps Starsick is the one to put his foot on the ball this time and try and bounce it. It was a decent onside there last time. Didn't quite get the 10 yards before it was fielded. I think Willis fielded it around 9 yards, and then the Woodlands was called for early contact on blocking because they blocked before the ball had traveled the 10 yards.
But you got to make sure you get it that 10 yards.
Yep, exactly. And you've got to allow it. Tough for the pursuing team because your hair is absolutely on fire here trying to get to the ball, but of course you can't make that contact. It's got to be with the ball traveling that 10 yards first. So Starsick has it down again. They're showing that same kind of look with the 2 players in the neighborhood of the ball. Let's see if they okey-doke and try and go to the other side with it. Starsick shaping up to kick right. They went left last time with the step over. And a soccer free kick style. They're going to go right back to the left again, but a slow kind of kick that is fielded easily by Willis. So that's going to do it. 33 seconds remaining, which, of course, they're going to victory formation and kneel out. So we'll have one snap here from Willis, and that's going to do it. The final score here this afternoon is going to end up being Willis 60, the Woodlands 52. We thank everyone who's joined us on this live broadcast. Hope you've thoroughly enjoyed the entertainment on display here. This beautiful October afternoon, full sunshine the whole game. It's all going to change tomorrow, of course, that front coming through, so we're going to have some actual football weather getting in place over the course of the next week. So Lagway victory set down on a knee. That's going to do it. The Willis Wildcats going to move to 9-0 overall and likely secure the district championship with this win. To secure it outright, they've got to go beat Oak Ridge and beat the War Eagles next week. In playoff seeding is also going to be on the line in that game against Oak Ridge in the Division II bracket. So Willis, Oak Ridge going to the Division II bracket, the Woodlands, and whoever wins that Conroe versus College Park game will be the second representative in Division I from this district. So stay tuned to how that plays out. Hope you'll join us on that Conroe versus College Park broadcast next week, where CISD is going to determine a playoff spot directly. So great occasion and opportunity for both of those programs. I know Sam's fired up for that as a Conroe High School student. Yeah,
I was intently following the score line of that game, and it got a little too close for my comfort there when New Caney had tied it up, but glad College Park pulled it out, and we're going to have what should be a game kind of like this, a close one, and it's going to be a lot of energy next week, Friday, here at the bank for College Park versus Conroe.
Yep, again, we thank everyone for joining us on the broadcast. I'm Jeremy McGrail for Sam Ulrich. Thank you all for joining us on an excellent Saturday afternoon playoff-type atmosphere between two very good football teams. We will see you on the next Conroe ISD broadcast.